Drawn to this darkness, pulled in and bound, a cosmic attraction of riddles and sound. Try to think clearly through its gripping spell, lost to this madness, lost beyond help. Gravity mocks those who dare to defy. It spits in the face of those who wish to fly. But unlock its secrets, unlock a new eye. I just need to see through reality's lies. What is that melody? A thirst for blood and greed. What is this song? This song of command. It's getting out of hand. The world's at a time, but it doesn't know. I will step in and be its metronome. Plenty to fix, but the lines in the sand must be told over if I'm to stand a chance. Experimental successes are rare. The barrier holds strong, but other answers aren't there. I know I'm on to something, I swear. I can't list, I'm burdened, but this pain I'll bear. What is that melody? Hit the heart with it blurs reality. My perceptions tarnish. It is the only way to fully understand this melody. It wishes my command. Can hardly conceive what it's trying to show, but through all my work, I feel I'm not alone, ensnared and wrapped up in the siren's trance, leaving each rat in this twisted dance. It leers and it scoffs when things
もしもーし。
align. Functioning flux, but this ride's not mine. Hypersphere spinning as things go awry. I can't hear my thoughts, oh, but I have to try. What is that melody?
Boo. How are you dorks doing? Oh god, it's hot in my room. What a lovely song. Nope. That's it. I'll play that. Oh, fuck it. We'll play it. Wake up, guys. You're sleeping. Wake up. It's time to wake up. I don't know if a snake is here or not. Low-key. You might have actually just fallen asleep. This is probably gonna get copyrighted, low key. Okay, but it is hot in my house, so I might BRB real quick. I think turn the heat on. I'm gonna turn it off because I should not be sweating during winter. It's fucking cold outside. So I'll be right back. Oh, jeez. I am a sword boy. Sword boy? Sword boy? Well, I'm a soy boy. Oh, fuck, I'm sorry. The goal is to play with Snake. The question is Snake even awake? Now, we can obviously take our time, let it bake. But if his hypeness was indeed fake, then I'll probably switch to Elden Ring. But if anyone doesn't know, it's Snake's birthday. I didn't know. He brought it up and was like, "Hey, it's my birthday. You guys want to play Pummel Party?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that sounds fun. Why not? I haven't done Pummel Party in forever. I had a blast playing it." Wait, what? Someone followed yesterday. Nani? Who is this? Does anyone know this person?
Pushed the follow button. No one is quite sure why, but perhaps he thought something peculiar would happen. How
strange.
Anyways, welcome,
stranger. Exactly. But I actually don't know if Snake is alive or not. I know he can disappear at times. Like he'll just be doing random stuff. So let me see. Are you awake? But how's everyone doing? What are you guys up to? How was your Thursday? It's Thursday today, isn't it? How was your Thursday day so far? Or night? Or evening? Yeah, how is your Thursday going? What's everyone up to? Oh, Darktide. I was getting information about this game. Apparently it's like a Left 4 Dead, but Warhammer. Gonna be hype. But it's also gonna be $40. I'll just add it to my wish list and pray that some platform like Humble Bundle has it for super cheap. Snake, you wake up. I don't like this. Snake, you wake up. Snake, wake up. Hello? Hey, hello. If I need free, real, and high quality service, increase my viewers. Streamdetails.com. Top streamers already use it. Really? High quality service. Oh, that's fucking phenomenal, actually. Dork Suga. Hey! How are you doing, Dork? How's the surgery going? How are you feeling? Are you feeling any better? I hope so. I hope so. I hope so. God, games are so expensive. Why can't games just be free? Yeah, let me switch to desktop. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. This Darktide game here. They say it's supposed to be this next, like, Left 4 Dead. Just with Warhammer vibes. Which, honestly, it does look like it. Like, it has a lot of those vibes. Giant fucking armor, giant shoulder pads, giant weapons. And if that's the case, it's probably going to be a lot of fun. It has that vibe to it, at least. Definitely the Left 4 Dead vibe. But I don't know how it's going to play out. It's okay. I hot new artwork in progress. You hot? Oh, I don't know what that reminded me. This cup. It's a cup holder. But I realized if I were to flip it upside down, it very much looks like a tiny top hat. And it's because you were calling me Hatsuga earlier, Sunny, that I was like, huh. I wonder if I could just fly on top of the head like that. Just a but that's besides the point. That's completely random. Yeah, that's proper hatsuit. Hatsuit. Both technically the same spelling, but sound drastically different. Oh. So yeah, someone's telling me about this game. That was interesting. Oh god, Spider-Man's on PC now too. I always wanted to play that, but I never did. So many games, so expensive. Naraka Blade Point. Neo, don't I have Neo? I thought I had Neo. Maybe I have it on like someplace else. What have you been up to, Archaic? Are you still just recovering? Is that all you're doing right now? Definitely feel free to show me the art later. Or it's a work in progress though. It's not done yet, is it? I will take a look when it is ready. Oh god, I want it. Bendy the Dark. Wait, is there a new Bendy game? That's pretty cool. I really liked Bendy as a series. I never played it, but I watched YouTubers play it, and I think Bendy has a really cool like vibe to it, to the whole entire genre. Yeah. Yeah, just to put it simply. I'm going back to work on Saturday, so just taking things really easy. And so, oh, on Discord? Okay. Let me see. Oh, that looks kind of dope. I like where that's turning out. Oi, 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 oi. Hello, Snake. How are you? You're not to sleep.
It's punishment time!
Moshi
Moshi. You on a pummel party then? Happy birthday, by the way. Happy emancipation from thine mother's womb day, where we celebrate the day that you escaped from the clutches of your own mother. It sounds a lot more dark than I intended it, but yes. I've had 4 Diet Cokes. I'm pretty much cooked out of my mind. I like that. Cooked out of your mind. Very nice. 29. Oof. Ugh, you're old. Ugh. Imagine being 29. So old. So old. But in that case, yeah, we'll totally play whatchamacallit, Pummel Party. Does anyone else have Pummel Party, and would you guys want to join and play as well? That sounded very ominous, I know. Whoops. uh. Oh right, you're gonna be going back. I was trying to remember where you were working, Archaic, and then I remembered it's Amazon. $30 an hour. That's fucking crazy. Hitsuga-san. Who? Me? No. I'm not streaming. Not me. How are you doing, Sage? What's going on? Oh, I just clicked on your banner, and I noticed you have a flying hot dog, or not hot dog, a hamburger, a flying hamburger of angel wings. That's fantastic. I think Tally's here, but let me give you a shout out. Right. Boom. Got that. And then, oh my god, am I gonna be a good streamer? Is it? Which one is it? Am I a good streamer or not? Fuck. I'm a terrible streamer. God damn it. Yeah, the banner. Sorry. Yeah, you. Did I do it? I did it. Look, it's a clip of their stream.
Did they have anyone with them?
Oh, you're playing Batman.
Hello.
They obviously didn't want to be followed.
Hello.
Appears to have been powered down. You're going to be okay here.
We'll be fine.
Yeah. They gotta start calling Batman something else. Hold up. What was that? Oh, that's my stand-up time. For my back is in pain. Did you clip Hatsuk? You're a dork, Tally. Thank you. But yes, we're about to play some Pummel Party. Does anyone know what Pummel Party is? Does anyone have the game? Pummel Party. I am launching. 5 out of 31 achievements. I know very little about this game, beyond the fact that it's like Mario Party, and I played it like twice. So that's some stuff to know. Oh god, that's loud. Here, let me turn off my music. Game capture properties. I will capture Pummel Party. Hey, there it is. Did I play this with controller? I don't remember. Why, hello. Apply. You're such a dork. What'd you do for your birthday today, Snake? How was it? Did you have a good one at least? I hope so. You went to the pub, you said, so it sounds like a good day. I haven't deeped this game yet, but I'm sure as we play, we'll figure out more about it. Blood effects, controller rumble. Okay, yeah, I definitely want to play with controller, it seems like, because keyboard probably ass, as it is with these casual games. How do I leave? Oh, this? Okay, unlocks. What do I have? I have 2. Oh, I played twice, and I have 2 crowns. That's kind of cool. Didn't drink because I have work tomorrow, and my head was hurting after work. Just went to the pub. Oh, I felt that. Oh, your head was hurting after work today. Okay, I gotcha. But yes, does anyone have this game? Is this game free, or did I have to pay for it? I don't remember. I just have this game, and I don't remember how, or why, or what brought me here. I kind of want Rainbow. Rainbow's so purty. Same with Cosmic. Cosmic looked purty. Forest is kind of cool too, actually. I like the Forest one. Forest looks really cool, actually. All right, I want to play online. I'm gonna create a game. Hitsu, invite only. Yes. You must pay. So you do have to pay to play. Damn. I don't know what any of that means, so I'm just gonna go ahead and create. How do I invite? Actually, I'm so trash at this. Oh, okay. I got my character. It's basically Mario Party. Hold on. How the fuck? I need to figure out how to invite. Oh, there's a giant invite button at the top. Okay, I invite you. Bum, ba, bum, 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 ba, dum, bum, bum. Are you gonna have to up to 8 players? Can you see my? You guys can't see my appearance. Haha. You guys don't know what I'm gonna look like yet. That'd be too dorky. I'm definitely not doing that. Ooh, I want to be. Ooh. Hold up. I think I saw what I wanted. I'm gonna pick it soon. Okay. What? He has a rainbow coat. I don't have any of them. The audacity. Okay. I'm gonna join Discord actually. Hold up. Oh, Arcade, send me more. I didn't see that. Sorry, I have Discord in streamer mode, so I didn't see the rest of it. Archaic. Mermaid Celeste. Damn, that's really cool. Oh yeah, yes, she still does. How do I? I'm derping. I'm super derping. I'm also gonna join a VC real quick here. Gaming Fancy Party. How do I get someone's like thingy-mabob?
So I'm not awake. I'm actually fast asleep right now.
Oh, you're sleeping?
After the tone.
Ah, it's alright. You get some good night's sleep.
No, I'm joking. I'm right here. I've had about 4 Diet Cokes and yeah, that was a bit too many.
That's plenty. That's how you know you're really living the good life.
Oh shit, I'm gonna be up till 3 in the morning, aren't I? Ugh, never mind.
Nah.
Oh well, at least work starts at 10, so it's okay. That's my first week, so I can fuck around a little bit. Yeah.
Alright.
Cool.
So what did you want to do? There's a board game version. There's also the mini game version.
I literally don't mind anything. Literally anything.
Let me add some AIs then, because I'm not sure if other people have the game.
That's fine. That's some bot jack.
I'll make them hard as heck.
Oh god. Alright, that's fine. Well, we got bot jack. We can just pretend it's Jack. Can you change the name to Bot Sun? Like Bot Sunny?
Can I? I don't know if I can. No! We got bot Jack. I guess. Let me customize Jack a little bit. Oh, I can't give him capes. What kind of? Yes, you gotta give Jack the googly eyes.
Well, the technical difficulties began. I accidentally unplugged my microphone. 10 out of 10. Go me. Are you playing with a control, Hitsu?
Yeah, I think I'm going to be.
I will join you, because I will play with a controller as well.
Bum bum do 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 do.
You still gymming it?
Yeah, I'm still gymming it.
Good,
I went
man.
today.
Nice. What was it today? Leg day or?
Today was just a light activity day because
Nice.
I was going ham this past 3
Nice.
days.
That's fair. That's fair. Sweet. Got your K-pop on in the gym then, and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy. Oh man, I love a bit of Twice in the gym.
We do mini games. I like the mini games the most.
Go for it. Sounds fucking good. Sorry. Should not swear on stream.
Yeah, how dare you?
How dare I?
How do I
That's
make the
terrible.
bots ready? Oh, there's a start game button. Oh,
Yes.
options.
Ooh.
I'm not used to
no.
the controls. That's
Oh,
what it is.
Oh my god, we're starting. Oh gee, alright. Let's go. Oh god, I hate this one. Oh, I love this.
Dodge the incoming projectiles. Be careful, you only have 3 lives. What's your fucking language? Said Sunny. She's calling you out. How dare you? Okay. I don't know the buttons to dodge.
Oh no, Sonny just called me out on sugar.
I really don't know the buttons to dodge.
I nearly swore again.
Okay.
Okay. Oh fuck.
Did I
am
instant
dead?
die?
Yep. Okay.
What the fuck? How am I supposed to jump?
So A is jump, and then
Oh, you
A
can
is
double jump. Oh my god. Oh. Wait, but I already have 0 points.
Oh fuck, well I died. Yeah, because, oh, I'm gonna be beaten by bots, this is embarrassing. Oh god, oh
Wait,
god,
where's
oh
my
god.
soul?
Oh, well I fell off the edge. Well, we got beaten by bots.
Bot.
Yes,
Sunny,
bots.
congratulations. As a bot, you won the first mini game.
Exactly. You won. You won, Jane. Enjoy the money. I hope it makes you very happy. Oh dear. Alright, this one's a little bit better.
Okay, what is this one? So we just gotta stay on land and throw bombs.
Pretty much.
I can do that.
That's easy. That's easy.
I can do that.
Watch when I get beaten by the comms.
The bots are about to fucking kill me. Give me my bombs!
Hey, so you're the guy in the red, right?
Yeah.
Okay, this one.
Oi, oi, oi!
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! This is all going wrong.
Oh god.
Oh, throwing this is a
Ah,
nightmare.
get fucked, bot! You're in my town! Goodbye, Jack. It's a goodbye, Jack, as I fell into
I won.
into the abyss.
Oh, I won! Hooray! Just by standing still. Sweet. What's this? Batters.
Oh, we got a
this is
bat.
baseball. Oh, I can't do baseball. I'm British.
I'm American. I got this.
Damn.
I got this.
Alright, I'm gonna use my cricket skills. Oh,
Alright.
they're off.
I merely have to swing.
You have to get it in the circle. Oh god.
It's a rhythm game.
Alright, I'm gonna channel my inner kiddie here at the batting booth.
Okay. Too early.
Oh, we got 69. That's pretty
Nice. That's great for her birthday.
Oh, God's sake. Way to lower the tone is.
Oh, fuck. No! How many balls are there? There's too many balls!
There could never be too many.
Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck.
Oh, fucking hell. Oh, I came last, I think. Yes.
Oh! I actually won?
Yes, you did.
I did not expect. Oh, I remember this one. This one's the annoying one.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, fuck. I have to spell. My English vocabulary is quite shite.
No swearing.
Sorry, I cannot help but cuss. Wait, what is even the interact button?
That's A, I think.
Oh, wait.
Oh, this is easy. I think I could punch you as well by pressing X. No, it's not X for punching.
Oh my god, Marsu.
Oh, you.
Plop, plop.
Oh, man, Chord. Oh, for God's sake.
I can spell!
Too fast, I can't keep up.
Haha, I'm also very dank! I know where Saturn is. If I can just get there. I was stuck. Oh, someone punched me. Oh, I'm getting punched! Fuck you, bots!
Yes,
Fuck.
I'll just pretend the bots punched
Oh
you.
my... Oh my god. Wait, you're the one punching me!
Yes, because I'm losing. That's, I won't lie, that's pretty moist.
Ah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
have learned how to punch.
Shit. Shit. Oh, duck, that's not good.
Wait, where the hell is the U? Oh my god. Ugh. Come!
Thank you. It's you put me in the right direction. Oh,
Gonna buy this so I can join you
fucker.
guys if that's okay? Yeah, that's fine. I'm not sure how much it is. I bought this forever. It might have been free actually on Humble Bundle. Like way back when. But if you want to join Sunny, please do. It's basically Mario Party. It's just shits
good
and
shit.
giggles.
It's good shit.
Shoot yourself around the table, knocking the other balls in the pocket while walking the other player's balls. Alright. My ball's the only ball that matters. I don't know the command for it! Ugh. That's my ball!
Oh fuck, I fell in.
Ugh. I play pool regularly.
I do too, actually. Well, semi-reg.
I win it. Bollocks.
Fuck. Oh, you're... Oh, yes, yes.
Power.
Shit.
Oh my god, purple. These people keep stealing these balls from me.
Shit.
Oh my god. Please, please just go in. Go in. Go in, you maniac.
No.
No.
Oh. Oh. Oh my god, I'm all over the
This
fucking...
is
all
so
over the
fucking
place.
chaotic.
Oh, jeez. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Yes! Oh no, my pool didn't go in!
Oh.
It's how do you have 0 points?
Because everyone keeps stealing my balls. As they're about to go in.
You gotta be careful before they go in. How did I come third?
Remember and collect the food within 20 seconds. Memorize the displayed ingredients you have collected and take them to the cooking pot. Okay. That sounds easy enough.
Let's see how
Installing.
This
How long is the install? Let us know.
I think it's quite short, but I have no idea. It depends on your...
I think it's an easy game to install.
Mm.
Okay.
What's our ingredient? What's drink? I don't even know what the fucking ingredient is. No, what's the ingredient? How have you got 2 points?
I am stuck. I can't move.
What the shit is the ingredient?
You should have paid attention.
I didn't even see what it was.
It was then. I forgot what it was as well. It's in front of the thing. Like it pops up. We got dildo.
What?
An apple.
Right, I'm just getting. I don't even see what the ingredient is.
I forgot what it was already. Oh god. Hold up.
So I'm just gonna pick up anything I can find. Let's try this.
Wait, you don't really? You really don't see it?
No.
It shows
Stream,
up like it shows up.
Stream, can someone tell me if I've gone blind?
It shows up right there. There's like 4 ingredients right there.
Well, on the front. It's the one at the front. Oh, fuck. Is it?
I think so. I think you were just blind.
No, it's not picking it up for me. What the heck? Oh, unless you need to pick them up all together.
Yeah, I went all of it at once. Gonna be. It said like 8 minutes. Gonna BRB though. All right, Sunny. Neo, do you have this game? Did you want to
Oh,
try?
well,
It's also not Sunny's birthday. It's Snake's birthday.
Mm-hmm.
Haha. Hitsu wins. What can I say? I'm a professional chef.
Oh, you're fucked in this one.
Oh, I am.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to drive. Accelerate, reverse. I don't fucking know. The only thing I know is how to press go.
Shit, I forgot the buttons already. Pew 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 pew.
Murder! How sneaky of you, Snake. How sneaky of you indeed.
I didn't do it either. I
Took
was
my
framed.
kill!
Oh my god, I was stuck in the corner. I couldn't do it either. Wait, where am I going? Oh, I'm here. Oh, fuck off, purple, you slag. Oh, you bit. Ha! What?
I watched, what's that movie called?
It's hacking. Yeah, well,
I forgot what the movie is called.
Oh, I've got power.
I was gonna, the fucking, not, Tom Cruise movie with the planes.
Vanilla Sky?
Yeah, I watched Vanilla Sky.
I only say that my friend watched Vanilla Sky recently. That was the only film I could think of with Tom Cruise in it. Oh no, Eyes Wide Shut. That was good with planes. I just think there were planes in that film.
This purple guy's hitting me!
Oh, no,
I think I have this game, but I'm not
Oh.
home right now.
Oh
Ugh,
no,
God,
I'm hitting you. It's...
imagine not being home. Oi, what the fuck?
Fuck off, hits. Oh, fuck you. Bit short. Hitsu, you can't tap me. I'm a fellow Asian, man.
I'll have you know that I am the red car, and red car means blood.
While the black car, and the black car means death.
Wait,
Not
someone took
for
my
me.
kill!
Oh my god, Hitsu, you're picking on me now. This is bullying.
It's the birthday love.
Fuck off, Orange, you mug.
Oh, okay, we both tied. We both tied.
Well, technically, you won. Ooh. Still get
Did I?
Oh, you're screwed, mate. You are dead in the water.
Spin your way to victory by knocking up. Oh god, it's sumo.
Yep.
Fuck. Neo said happy birthday, by the way. Happy
Thank-
birthday.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure who you are, but thank you nonetheless.
The Neo Absolution.
Oh, I know, Neo. Hi, Neo. Oh, you died already? Yeah, fuck you. Yeah, fuck you, Orange.
Damn it.
I was just being Orange now. Again.
Can't stay, gotta get back to work, have fun. Yeah, take care, Neo. Have a wonderful day. Enjoy work.
Yep.
I'm just dying.
Oh.
Alright, I will change my tactic.
Oh, fuck. Oh, you took me with you.
I couldn't stop.
Oh, fuck off. How did boss sound come first? That's a load of bollocks.
I couldn't stop. Alright. This one, I think I remember. It's
Oh, flip.
it's the prisoner's dilemma.
I'll choose. Okay.
Basically, we just gotta
Alright.
Be greedy or not.
I'm gonna be good.
not me.
How do I lock in?
How do I lock in?
Oh, it's A, I think, and then I think you choose a bridge. I think I have no idea.
Ah, get wrecked, nerds.
How did I go over there? I didn't mean to go over there.
I got money.
It's just a case of clicking the direction button.
I think so.
Ah. Alright. I think this is gonna work.
Get wrecked, nerd.
Hang on, why am I going over there? I don't need to go over there.
I got
I'm
money.
going to the other one.
Here's the most valuable lesson in life, guys.
hell does
Greed
it
works
work?
every time. But you gotta remember to sell at the top.
Right, well this time we're gonna try and do this properly. Oh my god, you little bitch! Fuck you. Alright, okay, I'm gonna go to the one south.
So am I. It's so chaotic. Oh my god, greed works.
I figured out how to control right at the end. Jeez.
Hi, Neo. Bye, Neo. Welcome back, Mel. Or
Ooh,
Mel.
Sunny has just
Sunny.
is now playing Pummel Party. Oh, this one's a nightmare.
Oh, I see why I thought of Mel. I saw the fucking disco lights, the rave lights there. Definitely a Mel vibe.
Reminds me of my days down the club when I was a young man. But now I just drink 4 Diet Cokes in the corner.
Let us know when your download's done, Sunny, if you want to come in. We can obviously just
Oh, she's
leave.
Sunny is on. By the way.
Oh,
Yeah,
I knew that.
Came up on my.
where am I? Oh, I'm burning. That's where I am.
Oh, you're burning more than Sean Paul.
Oh, God.
Jeez. That's a throwback. Was Sean Paul popular in America?
Was what popular?
Sean Paul.
Who?
Okay, clearly not. Sean Paul, he did Temperature. He did, what did he do? He did Temperature. He did, the one with Keisha Cole, Give Up To Me, which is a banger. He did, Like Glue. He did loads of songs.
Like glue? I might know him if I'm just very bad when it comes to artist. I'm on fire.
Oh my god.
PK
this is-
Wait, what's the damn thing? PK Thunder! PK Thunder!
Oh,
PK
man.
Fire! Wingardium Leviosa!
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Expecto Patronus! Or is it Patronum? I don't know, I failed!
Patron shit. Or Patron shit, in my view. Oh, I'm still alive?
Huh, huh,
Shouldn't be.
huh, 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 huh.
Oh, it's just me and you, baby. Oh, you fucking.
Oh, the bot hit you? The final shot, the bot sniped you.
That bot's mean. Doesn't like Asian people.
Jack. How dare Jack?
Mm-hmm.
I'm reporting Jack. Oh, you're winning. I just noticed that there's like a
Only
total point
just.
system. I didn't see the point system like this entire time. I didn't realize there was a...
Oh, this one's fun. I like this one.
Oh, this is like that one game.
This is Strategy. This is the art
How
of
do I-
war.
Drop a bomb. Oh wait, I'm fucking dead! Oi!
This is the art of war hits. Oh, Jesus.
Help!
Well, I'm gonna die because I have a cough.
I killed myself. God damn it.
Oh, shit. Move.
The bot's just standing on my body.
What to do?
Buddy.
Where's the last bot? Oh, there we are. Oh my god, time to get out of there. Shit. I think it's just me and the last bot. Oh, bloody fuck.
Nah.
I killed myself.
Get wrecked.
Says
Oh, there's
the man
another
with 0
stage.
points.
I'll have you know, I was not ready for death.
And so you should know I'm very competitive.
I am not. I'm the farthest thing.
Do you remember on Among Us when I was the imposter? Yeah.
I miss Among Us. I was watching this clip of VR Among Us, and it made me laugh.
Was it the Call Me Kevin clip?
It was the kid getting
send
chased.
I'll send that to you. It's fucking funny. What kind of weird tactic is this? Oh my god, I nearly fell for it myself. Stop, man. Oh my god.
As long as I live.
Yes, you will not. Oh my god, no! Nearly died. Oh, what other points? Oh, purple one.
Fuck. Jack did it again.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh darn it, Jack. Rusty Racers. The heck is this?
I'm so glad we have controls for this one.
I don't know what
This
one
is, this is Fast and Furious, mate.
I didn't even the controls. I didn't look at it. Ah!
Oh good, I have the advantage here, then.
What happens if you fall off?
You fall off, you die.
Oh. Hey, that's what happens.
Take me higher, lift me higher.
Where are the power-ups?
There's no power-ups on this one. You just race.
This is Mario Party. There must be Mario power-ups.
Not on this stage. Oh my god, that orange bot is right on my ass. Not in the good way.
Ho, 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 ho.
Come on. Oh. Yeah, no!
Yeah, baby!
No,
I watch YouTube!
Oh no! Hang on, that's not. Oh no! Fuck you. I died at the last second. I'm not letting that Com beat me. Screw you, Com. You're not beating me. If you. Oh my god! I thought I was gonna die. I was so close to the edge.
If you didn't fall down like 3 times at the end there, I don't think I would have caught up. I'm catching up. Grifting gifts? Oh, I'm stealing gifts? Are you a grifter, mate? Yeah.
Well, I'm not Ben Shapiro, so.
How do I grab the gifts?
I had no idea.
I just walk to it? That's okay, I just walk to it. I just walk to it.
Oh, I just walked to them, okay.
Oi!
Oh, I need to bring it back to my tree.
Fuck your boxes, bruh.
I had to buy you, little slag. Look, the bots are winning, okay?
Oi, the absolute cunt.
Audacity. Fuck off, oh, you little slag. Really? That purple bot's doing me dirty. Oh, that is embarrassing. That's
How that worked out.
that's just wrong. I'm sorry. This is. I'm sorry.
Wow.
That's.
Raleigh ragdolls.
Stream, if you're watching this, these bots, I don't like them. Not at all.
Don't worry, Sunny's joining soon.
Okay, that
Oh.
means we're active.
Oh, Sunny's in the call. Hi, Sunny.
Hey, up, Sonny.
Oh my god, I'm getting cheesed.
Oh my. Oh god. Oh, come on. This is all my years of Metal Gear Solid have led up to this.
I watch YouTube.
Just. Oh shit.
Come on, physics. Fuck physics. I am physics.
Right, let's. Uh, yes, you little. Go on, squeeze it, squeeze it, squeeze it. Come on, get it through. Oh yes. Oh no. Oh yes. Oh screw you.
Wait,
It's
wait,
my
wait,
bad.
wait, wait,
Bye-bye.
wait, wait, wait,
Bye,
wait,
Enzo.
wait, wait,
Bye, Enzo. It's
Yeah,
just on the wall.
yeah.
The wall's gonna get you hits.
Yeah, I don't want
It's
to
just,
die.
it's just gone. Okay, we got beaten by the bots. That's just embarrassing.
Yes, bots, put the humans against each other. That's how we win. No, no to the bots. We say no to the bots.
Fight your trends, shielding. What?
How are you doing, by the way, Corby? Long time no see.
Long time no see. Oh, this is Pog basically.
Who's calling?
Well, tell them
Oh,
to shut
spam.
up. Well,
Yeah, I want to play Pong.
actually,
No
you
one
should've
scored
answered-
against me.
No, you should have answered it on the phone. It would have been really funny.
No.
Shit.
I can't score against anyone. That's cat.
Oh fuck. Have
Oh, I scored against someone.
Oh, I did. Yeah, yo.
It's like purple gets all the points. Yamete purple.
I had like 3 aim at me. That's really rude. Oh fuck. No.
I am merely a master of defense against the dark arts.
Oh,
Your
Fuck.
Patronus shan't hit me.
my Patronus is a beagle. That's how interesting would only be.
I'm okay. I'm slowly running out of steam, but otherwise, steam. What's wrong? What's going on, Corby? Hey!
Have you tried restarting Steam? That might work.
Oh my god, you're such a dork. There's a game exactly like this with music in Pokemon Stadium 2.
Ooh,
Really?
I hate this
Really?
one with an
This is we're playing Pummel Party. Have you ever played this? And do I have any mods in chat that can shout out to Alien Moon, the biggest dork like ever?
Yo, shout out to Alien Moon.
I've just gotten up early and it's 1 a.m. right now. Oh, okay.
Oh
I
my
feel
God.
that.
No, fuck. Shit.
I don't know where I'm going. YOLO.
I don't know where I'm
Wait,
going.
the fact that I got this far is kind of
So
fucking
I hope you
ridiculous.
fall.
Oh
I
my god,
really
these.
do.
Damn it!
Yes! Good. I'm
Fuck
so
you,
happy.
bots!
I love bots. I love you. Ignore
Oh
all the-
my god. Oh,
Oh,
they're
dear.
cheating! The bots are cheating!
That's
Fuck!
rigged. I'm sorry, that's fucking rigged to me. Oh fuck. Oh no. Oh fuck. Oh. Oh. Oh come on. This is bullying.
Yes!
No. Oh you little shit. Oh my god. Oh. I hate this game. Get out.
Let's go!
Why did I force myself into this? I have work in the morning. Oh, this is terrible. Oh, fuck. Well,
I just gotta get to a point where you can't fuck! I didn't realize you were that far behind. I could have taken my time.
yeah, I know. I was waiting. Foolishness. Alright, let's follow it. Oh, fucking hell. Mate, I've never succeed on this one. Oh,
Oh, I see why I got stuck. Come on, 1 second! Yes!
okay, this is just embarrassing now. I'm sorry, stream, you had to witness.
Yeah, you can post links. You can post links. Please do. How have you been, by the way? How was your stream? I had a blast watching your stream.
Oh, I'm good at this one. 'Cause it
Sandy
involves a lot
search?
of- yeah, it involves
Also,
a lot
can you do a dorky stream? Tyler,
Why
I
not?
would appreciate that.
this one involves a lot of blowing, which I'm good at, so...
Okay.
That joke
Nani?
I make that joke every time. But no, seriously, I'm actually really good at this one.
What? I didn't even see what we're supposed to do for this one. I
So
don't
you
even know.
need to find diamonds or diamonds, basically. By
Oh, thank you for doing the dorky streams.
So, if you're good at blowing, then you'll find
A
purple's
diamond!
Purple's already found one. You know how I said I was good at this one? Yeah, I'm probably not.
Skylar. That was intense.
Ooh. Oh, you missed the diamond hits.
Did I?
Yep, and I got it.
Oh man. I'm going straight down. This is my new tactic. digging the hole deeper.
Oh, Bot Sam found the
Fucking Bot Sam.
treasure before me. Shit. I usually am the one who finds the treasure. Let's follow Hitsu, steal his diamonds. It
Oi.
didn't work. Well, fuck.
What's the link of? I didn't ask. Literally the Dork shot. Okay. Oh, your stream is Dork? What do you mean Dork?
Well, I think I'm gonna have to get some practice in.
Fucking Bot. I just realized what you meant.
Fuck's sake.
The stream is
Yeah.
fun as always. Love playing games and vibing with friends.
It's
Aw.
funny because it was about blowjobs.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I didn't even read what we're supposed to do. I see ice. I'm supposed to hop on. I'm assuming I just hop on.
This is Takeshi's castle, stepping stones,
Yeah.
basically.
Too bad I'm a pro at jumping.
Oh, you
Oh my god, that actually worked. That was such a risk. Oh, that was a shortcut. I didn't realize that.
Oh, that was. Oh shit.
360. Fuck.
Oh,
That was
you idiot. Watch your life fall off now.
no. Oh my god.
Nope. Yes. Oh, you little slag. Whee! Boing, boing.
I got this. I know where you are. You must be very far ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Because I do not see you.
Yeah, finished. Oh, you have to go back the way either. You don't.
I killed the bots! Fuck you,
just gonna-
bots!
I finished. You don't have to go back the way, by the way.
We love it.
Oh, look at that muscular fox right there. For...
Oh, I was stretching because I was very sorry. I want to see this.
This one's good. I like this one. This one is basically Among Us.
Oh, I can't watch the video. There's the games goes by. Okay, we have 2 more mini games left, and then I'll watch it. I want to see this because Pokemon Stadium 2. I remember playing it, but like, I remember almost nothing about it besides
So I need to.
cursed Pokemon. What am I supposed to do? I actually don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Oh, Hitsu, you're the shark.
I'm a shark? What does that mean?
You've got to find who is the thingy.
What the fuck?
You got to find out who's the.
How do I attack?
I don't know. I don't know what the shark button is.
Oh
'cause I'm
god.
not the shark.
What does this mean?
You're gonna find out like who's the imposter out of these people. So who's the one who's actually floating around and things like
But
that.
I don't even know how to attack.
I think it's X, but I have no clue.
What? This person's suspicious. Awfully suspicious. Oh. I'm going for this person. I don't know how to attack. I'm pressing all my buttons. I got someone. Oh.
Oh, you little shit! Oh, you got me in the last second.
Bot Jack escaped. God damn it. I don't know what I was doing. I don't know how to attack. I just saw people go for the thingy and I was like, oh.
You won, Hitsu. Enjoyed the money. Oh, I came last. Oh boy, that's embarrassing.
No, it's not. It's very close. There's still one more.
No, this is the last one.
Oh, that is it. Oh!
You won, Hitsu. Enjoy the money. I
I
hope it
won.
makes you very happy.
I won.
Yes, you did.
Thank you.
Dear Lord. What
Thank
a
you,
sad
thank you.
little life, Hitsu. You ruined my night completely, so you could take the money. But I hope now you use it to get lessons in grace and decorum because you have all the grace and decorum of a reversing dump truck without any tires. So
I don't know what you mean.
I memorized that whole
I want to see
speech.
this.
Alright, I actually need to watch your stream, man. God. That's how terrible I am.
Oh, so it's the Pong thing.
Excuse me.
The creators of this game definitely played Pokemon Stadium 2 because this is like the exact same mechanic. The exact same mechanic. Absolutely the same. Interesting. That's what you call him, the king of dorks? I'm not a king, nor am I a dork. I am neither. That is incomprehensibly false. A falsehood.
Right, so how do I get the stream to say something?
The quality of the
can't
game
remember
is so
to do it.
old.
Help me.
The what?
How do I get the stream to say something? Is it through Streamlabs? And you donate?
Oh, the TTS?
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't even know. I think you can. I think I have TTS turned on.
Oh, good.
I'm not sure if there's like a limit or not, though. The music is similar as well. It was really, really crazy. This game is a plagiarizing game. These bots are knocking me out. Wait, they're actually knocking me out. That's all my bodies. Oh god.
Let's see if TTS is turned on.
What is this? So yeah, the TTS works. Sunny's a big dork.
Dorks.
No, you're definitely the big dork. Thank you for the 100 bits, but at the same time, nande. Why?
Is it the bits that do it?
Bits
I-
probably donuts as well.
I think it's all of it. Because I remember Jack subbing and it working as well. How do I leave? You would switch W and W around. Now that doesn't mean anything. W. But Skylar, have you ever played this game before? If anyone doesn't know who Alien Moon is, they're honestly such a fucking dork. I don't know how else to describe them. Like, the dorks that we like, they are. You know? Like, they're great. They're wholesome. They play a lot of Switch games, so like Mario Party and Mario Kart and stuff like that. They always have games like that where everyone gets to play it together. Definitely worth a check out. So dorkable, yeah, like Gigadork vibes. Did I have to leave the lobby there, or could I? I'm not sure how that works. Am I supposed to invite you guys every single time the game ends?
No, I don't. I just work here.
Same. How do I invite friends? Let me invite. What? Okay, I invited G2. Does anyone else have the game that wants to hop in right now? Because that's totally a thing. We totally can play with more. I think there's a max of 8. Yeah, it says in the bottom left, max of 8. Play up to 8 players. You can't see it because there's a ghost blocking it. Never mind. But how are you doing, Sunny? Did you have a good day?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Yep,
How you
wait.
guys doing?
I had a pretty good day.
Decent.
Me and Sophia,
Fuck off.
we got to go on a date today. It wasn't much of a long date or anything, but we got to get together and play Overwatch. That was nice.
Still wholesome.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Oh god.
So when's my wedding invite
To
coming?
enjoy the money. I hope it makes you happy. Dear Lord, what a sad little life, Jane. You ruined my night completely so you could have the money, and I hope now you can spend it on lessons in
Oh, it stops it. Why does it stop it? Grace and decorum, because you have all the grace. Oh, so it stops long
Oh, that's
TTS.
rude. That's rude.
Is that a built-in feature?
No,
Probably.
I just like it.
It probably is.
Probably.
It probably is.
Oh no. Well, that completely flopped, but never mind. You have £25 now.
Why, thank you.
No
I mean,
problem.
you said it earlier though.
I know.
You memorized the
I just
speech.
wanted the stream to read it. Did I not accept the invite? That's what I did.
Oh, I just invited again. I don't know if that I did anything.
Oh, I see how it is. Oh, wait, what?
Oh, I want to be a green goblin.
Oh, fuck. Oh, shit.
Ooh, actually, is there a goblin? That's kind of like a goblin.
Let's get rid of that silly.
I want googly eyes too. I'm gonna be Jack.
There we go, I'll stick with that.
I'm gonna add an AI. Ooh, wait. We can have up to.
Oh, flipping it. Oh, shit. That's gonna take. Oh, if we. Oh, we're just in the. Bloody hell. Oh, wait, that's gonna be a pain.
Yes, it is. Bot Jack will have be hard, and the others will make it normal. Just so it's chaotic, but I don't want them to like destroy us. Oh, do we want to do mini games again, or do we want to try the board game,
I
like
think
the Mario
we can
Party
do the
one?
board game, we can battle.
I don't mind
We
you
can do
doing
it. We can do it as of 3. That makes it easier. Oh fuck. No, why can't I apply my name? No, not Foxu.
Fox.
No.
Wait, can you change your name?
I'll try to change my name back to.
Oh
what
wait,
it was
Jack,
before.
you can't be me. I'm the Green Goblin.
F.
Change your
Oh.
color. Post haste.
Honestly.
Okay.
Oh, hang on. Oh, this game is rude.
Oh, Corby. Since I remember you came way back when I was playing Pokemon with the Corviknight and stuff like that, and I asked you that question. Are you playing the new Pokemon game? I want to, but I shouldn't, because,
Oh, there we go. That's
yeah. But I really want to play it, though. Have you seen much about it? Have you seen anything about the game? The Pokemon games?
Sorry,
'Cause-
stream, I have cough.
Oh, no, I hope you feel better with the cough, by the way.
It's probably the weather.
Ugh, weather.
And it's very cold here.
I'm not sure if having 8 is a smart idea or not. I apologize in advance. I mean, bots move pretty quickly, though, don't they?
Too quickly.
Surely. Yeah, they're a little bit
Oh,
hacky.
shit.
Oh, I need to
God.
jump. I
What
got a
the hell
2.
did I get? The thing is, I can't remember which number I got. So we've
Treasure
got-
chest. Move your way along the board towards
Mhm.
this treasure chest. Dodge. Oh, they're how we get the
Yep.
the stars
Yep.
per se.
We got Hitsu, Sun, Fox, Bot Jack, Bot Sam, Bot Daniel, Bot Chris, and Bot George.
Quite a few
Oh,
bots.
oh, I get to start. Yeah, boy. Because I think I got rolled a 9, and I rolled another 9. Shit. Now I can't even remember. Okay. I remember this now. I remember. Do I want? Let's go.
Should I move my camera a little bit? I don't know. Ah, fuck it. I'm a scuff streamer. What can I say?
Oh, Daniel got some keys. Nice.
Okay. What is that?
That's to open up your equipment menu when you get.
Oh, right. That's how you get, like...
Yep.
I remember a sniper rifle. That's all I remember. What happens
Oh.
when that happens?
Oh. Switch to where the maze goes. The
Oh,
path
okay.
of the maze.
Oh,
Actually,
it's my turn.
Yeah.
Okay. Do I have to choose a direction?
No, you just need to press A. And then it. Yeah,
Oh.
you choose the direction. Okay, interesting tactic.
I want their blood.
Fair enough.
I don't know what that means, but I
Oh, yeah,
want their
sorry, I
blood.
should mention the gold pathing that is there. It takes you closer to the treasure, so Hitsu, you did go the wrong way.
I'm just planning ahead.
Oh, they went the wrong way as well.
Nice.
Nice, they got bullet.
Oh, that was great. That's what blood means. Oh, I found what I want to do this entire game. Fuck treasure. I'm going for blood. Oh, God. Let's see. What, Chris?
8. Oh, they went the other way. Interesting.
Interesting decision, but Chris.
Oh, they got a cactus. First in the game.
How you been, like? Oh God, it's this fucking.
Oh my god, this is gonna be a shambles. I can tell already.
I'm gonna get more than 0. That's my goal this time. I'm gonna get more than 0. Wait, what color am I? I'm green. Ugh.
Boy, spammers, keep hitting up
Oh.
Hitsu's phone. 'Cause it
No,
means I can win.
No, don't hit my phone. My phone's illegal.
Shit.
Billiards ain't that hard. Fuck! Someone stole my ball. Let my ball in. I want to push my ball in. I'm getting bullied. Yeah. I got one in. Oh, I got 2 in. Oh, I'm moving up in the world.
I'm not even watching the score sheet, I'm just focusing now. I've lost where I am.
Oh, there's no balls left on this side.
Keep spamming Hitsu's phone, scammers.
No, don't spam my phone, scammers. Spam anyone else but me. Oh, my ball went in. Ooh.
Gang, gang. Oh, dab, dab.
You have a kitty now that.
I have a aubergine. Oh!
Oh, you have a kitty that you love. Oh, that's awesome. I hope the cat is doing. What is that?
That, my friend.
That's a sex emoji.
Oh, what?
I don't know. It's a dynamite.
Rip.
Oh, I see. So people have HP.
Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm a genius.
Okay, so there's HP and there's
Yep.
keys.
The keys are what unlocks the treasure.
Okay, so you just need enough keys to unlock the
Mhm.
treasure box. Oh, that person just lost
Yoink.
keys.
And they went to me, because
It's me, Hitsu. I have an item.
Yes, you do. You have a bomb. And that bomb is a special bomb, because you can attack players within your range. I think, yeah, you attack them within your range, I think. That one. I can't remember. Interesting tactic. Oh, you just trying to get
More blood.
Some men just want to watch the world burn.
She's fixing to go to Neighbors and play with her friends and see her boyfriend, darn cat, already got a. Oh, jeez. Oh, God.
Oh my god.
Good luck. Good luck with that.
Oh man.
I'm about to have a litter of kittens.
Oh gosh.
Oh, who's the dead person?
Uh,
There's a dead body there. What? Did you guys see that?
Yes.
Nani?
it looks a bit like Bot Sam, but I'm not sure. Oh my lord, where he going? Oh, interesting. He's got a bomb.
Then did all the right things first. Oh, okay. So yeah, she won't be having any kids at least. Hopefully, your cat is well cherished and nourished and loved by both you and her boyfriend. Is it the neighbor's cat?
Oh, you.
What's that?
Wait, are you the panda Hitsu? No, you're not.
That's
Oh,
No,
That's me.
not-
oh,
yeah,
Okay.
I'm the Green Goblin. Oh,
Oh, I like this one.
this brings back many memories.
Memories of the war.
Back in my day. Oh God.
I'm British. I'm naturally a fighter pilot. True story. In World War One, we fought with the first bit of aviation.
It's like inverse.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Inverse controls, my friend. Didn't know what to play. I'm dying. Telehero sport.
Oh, I'm
Shit.
upside down now.
I mean, I'm sure not everybody in the RAF sounded like that. I don't
Play
think
the
it was
game.
meant-
Play the game. Evasive maneuvers. Oh fuck.
Oh no.
You ready to play a game? All right, you enjoy your game. Enjoy your lurk as well. Thank you for stopping by real quick and
Enjoy.
telling me about your cat.
Yep. Oh, that
Oh, God.
green little shit.
I'll do a spin. That always works.
Oh, you mother fluffer. Can't even respawn on time. Oh dear. That's not good.
I have no idea what that means. What's this?
Oh, you fucked it.
What the fuck is that?
Oh, yeah, Zoo. You got
What?
The bad present.
I just got banished to the Shadow Realm. What is that? That's not a present.
That's a good present. Banished to the shadow realm.
No.
Oh God, someone's being focused. What happens when you like die? Sunny's at 8 now.
Oh, have I got the treasure? Do 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 do.
You
No.
die, IRL.
If you die in the
No.
game, you die.
I'm gonna be a little bit smart.
I'm
Of
not.
course you did.
Wait, I missed a turn.
Yes.
Is that what it does? I just
Yep.
missed a turn. Okay.
Because sometimes you get the good present, which takes you all the way to the treasure, and sometimes you get the evil present, which makes you miss a turn. And you got the
Oh.
evil.
I wonder what the statistics of that is.
No idea. I hate that cactus.
No, but it's catching up to you.
Oh, defense.
Wait, what? Oh, so it protects you.
Oh. Oh. Oh, but Daniel's evil. He's stealing your keys.
Daniel, he's a thief.
Oh, my God. Just desserts.
And this bot Chris over here.
What is Bot Chris doing?
Yes,
Oh.
the
Okay.
eggplant bomb.
Eggplant bomb into them. Nice.
8.
Oh,
That's a
and
funny
goes
decision.
to- I don't know who that went to.
I think it's just blood. He's just murking them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's you, Sunny?
Yeah.
What does that do? Gonna kill someone?
Nope, teleports. It swaps
Yep.
places.
Oh. Oh, so that could be cheeky then.
Yep. Well, the sun, you did just swap the wrong way, which was
No, I know.
fair. Oh no!
I know how to play this mode now.
I absolutely hate this.
Oh god, there's so many of us.
This is gonna be the fourth kid.
I'm the Green Goblin. Oh, fucking bot is insane.
Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Oh my god, I actually won. Hey yo.
Oh, the bot!
Hey yo, I actually won. So, hello, Purple. So, does anybody like, anime?
No.
Oh my god, this bot is trolling me. He walked in a straight line.
Let's do this back. Oh shit. I won anyway, so I'm just gonna fuck about.
Bot actually trolled me. I'm not sure where he was. He walked in a straight line, even though it wasn't a straight line.
I can't believe that actually happened. It's the first time.
Ugh,
First time for everything, I suppose.
I got 2 points. Woo. I feel like that's worse than getting just 0.
Oh,
A6. I got 0.
Fox, start turn.
Oh, yes! Watson!
Costs
Watson!
40 keys. Wow.
Legible.
Oh, and then it counts the goblets you have in the corner there. Okay.
Yep. First of 5 goblets wins. Oh, okay.
Get wrecked, nerd. Oh, Jack, it's your turn.
Oh,
can
he's
heal
got
himself.
Medikit.
What does that mean, though? If you die, what happens? Oh my god!
Wow.
That medkit did not help him. He died.
That was brutal. Rip Sam.
What the fuck?
That's brutal. Absolutely terrible. Yep, that's what you get.
He deserves that.
Yep.
Bot Chris. At least the bots move pretty quickly. I guess.
True.
Oh, if you land in a key spot, you get keys. That's so unfortunate. How many people have just fallen down from that?
3 in a row.
That's me! I'm back! I'm back in the world! That felt useless. Can you time the jump? I wonder.
No, oh sugar.
Speedy sabers.
Oh, I said I need to.
R2 for me to slash. So we're just gonna. Oh god.
Right trigger.
We gotta be Jedis.
Zru, 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 zru. Do, 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 do.
Oh my god.
What the fuck? We zoom so fast.
Zoom, zoom.
I'm a Jedi like my father before me.
And his father before him. And possibly his father before him. We're not quite sure about that.
But Master Skywalker, what are we going to do?
The same thing we do every night, Anakin. Try to take over the world.
Wait, I actually have so many kills. What am I don't even know what I'm doing.
But I know that's not canon, I just couldn't think. Yeah, that's because you're fucking capped. Cracked, sorry. Capped.
Capped?
So,
Cracked.
like, it's because he plays Valor, he's cracked. Rigged.
I have defeated many younglings in my lifetime. Dope. Wait, what does it start with me?
Yeah.
Oh, is it
You
based on who
go
wins?
first, Yeah.
Now
you
what
have
does
a
this do?
rocket. That rocket takes you 10 spaces,
Oh, fuck
and then
yeah.
you get to roll after that. So, you have used the rocket.
Shazam!
7. Oh, so you rolled 17. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Huh?
Oh. Almost there.
Where is it?
I don't know.
Huh?
Where is it?
I actually don't see it.
Now that bomb, that basically, it can destroy other players, and take a lot of keys from them.
Good to know.
Yep. And you can kind of choose who it goes to.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, if you wanted to,
I did that! I forgot!
so for example, if you wanted to bomb Hitsu for stealing your keys just then,
Yeah,
that's something to bear in mind. Do I have anything decent? No. I'll save it for later.
Later, alligator.
After a while, crocodile.
What the fuck?
Heal.
He just stole a shit ton of things from Sunny.
Rip.
Oh, yeah. I think they used them back in it.
Mm-hmm. I have no keys.
That was so mean. Was that bot Jack? I think that was Jack.
You might have been, yeah. Rude.
How dare he? I'll be sure I'll write a very angry letter towards him. Stop! Bot Jack! It is Bot Jack!
Nice.
Then fucking Chris is just a murder demon, murder goblin. What, George? Oh, Daniel's on one on the ice. Oh my god, what is that attack? That attack is...
Oh.
There's 3 people in the graveyard.
They're piling high.
Oh,
he
nice.
healed slightly after.
What the heck is this?
Oh.
Search the caverns in your attack helicopter and shoot. Wait, what color am I?
Green.
You're A. I'll help you. You're A color.
Oh, thank you.
Fuck.
I didn't read the controls. Shit.
Shit. That's not good. Please no bully. Fuck.
I have the high ground, Anakin.
Not anymore.
I got high ground.
Fuck.
Master Skywalker, what are we going to do?
Bumped into Hitsu and died.
Well. Oh, I somehow fell in lava, but never mind. Oh, jeez, I literally just respawned as well. Oh, shit.
Yes, I got the penis.
Fuck.
I don't know how to use it, but I'm gonna use it.
Oh.
You've been getting a bit too coy, haven't you?
Oh my gosh, you know what? I'll remember that, mate. I'll remember it. Shit.
Okay, so it is in the wall. I didn't realize it can be in the wall.
Oh dear. Ooh. Oh no,
That's
that's terrible for me actually.
Quite a convenient spot.
That's not that good for me.
Dead body there.
What does that do?
Oh, I don't know what that does. It's equipment.
Interesting.
Oh my god. How is you ever get everything? Right. I'm gonna
You
have to-
questioned my pathing at the start.
Mate, I questioned all. Okay. Bang! Okay, that was rubbish. 3, 4. Oh, actually, that's actually pretty good. Shh.
Oh my god, that guy just got murked.
And, and those keys are now up for grabs.
It's so chaotic. I love it. Where's Sunny? Sunny's in there too. With
Yeah.
Jack.
Oh.
Um,
Oh.
He missed me!
Yeah, that bomb only hits one person, thankfully.
Get wrecked, nerd.
Unlike the Opus.
Bot Sam.
Oh.
Oh, it's a little revenge for what just happened. Oh. Does Bot Sam have enough? Where is he? I don't see him.
No. Let's have a little way to go to get there.
I knew that. Ichi-ni-san.
Hey.
I just want chaos. Essentially.
What is hello in Korean? Is it 안녕하세요?
안녕하세요.
Oh, I probably
Thank-
mispronounced it completely.
I forgot. So I'm not fluent
Oh,
in
no.
Korean. Ah, I
This
remember this one. I'm camouflaged.
I unfortunately remember this one. Oh my god, and he attacks with me. A fellow Asian. How could you? Wow.
I'm in danger.
There you are, bitch. Right, I'm not gonna. Right. Oh my god, orange got you.
That's so funny.
I love that orange car. I both love and hate it at the same time. Where the hell am I? Oh, I'm there.
Ah, I'm getting lit up. Orange got me again.
Got you good.
Alright, I'm the Green Goblin. I'm the Green Goblin. I can survive. If anyone can survive, it's me.
controls on the keyboard are not great.
Oh, I believe it.
But Pace and I playing with Xbox controllers.
Yeah, I was kind of plugging with this in the controller and but it like wasn't working.
Especially the flying one. I'm not sure if I can play the flying one on keyboard.
Yeah.
Dot, dot, dot. Another one bites the dust. Drift Hitsus!
Dun dun dun, another Hitsu gone. Fuck. Oh dear. I didn't even get anything, that's rude. That's ruining in it.
I have the power. I'm not sure what kind of power, but I have it.
You have a teleport and a magnet and a medical kit, and I'm not sure what that other one is.
Oh, fuck yeah! Chaos!
Oh, well, you've done something.
I don't know, but it's supposed to be chaotic, and I love chaos. Oh, it's a bunny!
No.
I
Okay,
love bunnies!
I have no idea what that does.
And someone's a bunny! Ah!
That's what you get for someone in the buddy. 7. Well, it's been fun, so we're gonna try this, and hopefully we get it to work. Yes, we do. Mwah! Gang, gang. Oh, we get to pick the mini game instead. Shit. Oh, I know exactly what to pick for this.
Wait, what? What does that do?
That let me pick the mini game. The golden treasure either, if you get gold, it either lets you pick the mini game or get closer to the chest. Oh, got some keys, nice. Ah, sugar. I'm coughing.
Hit sugar. Ha 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 ha.
Oh, so funny. Very
Ha
good.
ha ha ha
That's
ha 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 ha.
Very nice. My wife.
My wife.
My wife.
Oh, I watched Ali G in the house the other day.
Nice.
That was a great film. Right.
Boop, 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 boop. Bot Jack. What will Bot Jack do now? The absolute menace. Heal. Bot Jack is gonna heal. That's what he's gonna do. I'm expecting something much more chaotic. Present. We've got a shotgun. Okay. How American. Ooh, the bunny,
Okay, so
look at it go.
So I just searched up what shabu is, which is a type of Japanese hot pot. But the first thing it came up with was shabu, slang for methamphetamine
What is this?
in Japan.
Um,
I'm a plain hot potato here. Oh, hang on, how the fuck do I... Oh, I know what to do.
Oh, I have to punch someone and then they get the
Yep.
bomb.
You can prevent them from passing a bomb, bomb, bomb.
Sonny, punch someone! Art, I forgot the button to punch.
Oh, I think Sunny has the bomb. She got pass it. Oops.
Oh no.
Someone else can have the bomb, I don't know who. Oh.
I wonder what the command is on keyboard.
I think it's spacebar. It wasn't really working then, I don't think. Also, I was just doing it wrong, which is very possible.
Oh. Christ. How do you get out there? Oh, I know how. Uh-oh. Oh, you little slag. Oh, you little shit. Wow, I hate this game. Rigged.
You
Rigged.
really picked it, Sans.
Ooh.
Yeah, you did pick them up. You actually picked them up.
Oh, we should sing happy birthday to Snaz before he goes to bed.
Oh, we
Oh,
should.
Christ.
Yes.
Oh, I had that in the pub. They sang happy birthday. I was greasing.
Get away from me! I have the high ground, Anakin.
Oh, oh, am I still in the get? No, I'm not. I'm out.
Yeah, I see your rainbow cloak. They're really just killing each other for me.
That's because you're standing out there like some punk.
And I want to do it again too. If it weren't for these meddling kids. Oh my god.
In
Oh.
conclusion,
The bot's indecisive. Let's go.
in conclusion, it's Suchita to the end.
The high ground's OP. Ah, fuck.
Oh, the bot figured out how to get the high ground. In conclusion, Hitsu is now. Oh no, he's not. Well, this bot is smart. No, they're not. Or is Hitsu smart? That was. I feel sorry for that bot. I
Yes.
got one key.
I'm so happy they actually killed everyone for me because I'm not sure if I would have been able to do anything there. I want to use it again. Why not? Whee! Oh my god! Oh, what the fuck?
Rest in peace, bot Sam.
I wasn't expecting that. They even have enough. I don't think I... Wait, I'm not gonna get there in time. Oh, perfect. I'm one away. I'll take that. I'll take that. Bought Jack. Got some bees. Funny. How fitting. I know Bot Jack loves Bee Movie.
You sure do.
Oh, I miss Jack. He's such a
I
dork.
miss Ray Liotta.
Me too.
A cactus got the way the cactus moves is so troll. It's like dancing. We got the Boomba. Hey Lala Warrior. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good day or night. I'm actually not sure what time it is for you.
Hi, Lola.
Oh, he got that giant rocket. Low key, when I fucking stabbed whoever it was I stabbed, it scared me. Can you time it? Is that what you're going for?
Oh, it's me. Oh, sugar. Oh, bloody hell. Okay. Meet to me. I have become Cactus.
You are
Defender of worlds.
Pointy, sharp and pointy.
Yep, exactly. Sharp and pointy.
Oh god.
Oh, fuck. Wait. Oh my god, yes. Oh.
8. He doth acquireth the keys.
He do. You get.
So whatever it is, I just need to play a mini game where I get at least 2 keys. I'm not sure how to get keys.
You get keys by winning mini games or stealing them from other people.
But like, do you have to win, or it can be like I can get
You
like
have to come
6th place?
You can get, yeah, because sometimes you'll get like 1 key, depending on your place.
When-
It's the oh my god!
Oh fuck! Wow,
Oops.
I don't know how the bunny moved, but that was pretty damn cool.
I like the bunny.
One person lightning rod means pretty strap.
Thanks.
If the player with the lightning kills everybody else, they win. So we'll have to see
Aw.
who the lightning bot is.
Lala said hi back, Sunny.
Hi Lola.
Lola.
You and get some food. Enjoy your day. I'm
Oh,
sorry about
Sunny
the
is
headache though.
thunder.
Oh god, Sunny's killing us all. Enjoy your day, Lala.
Kill Hitsu, he stole your keys.
No, I didn't. No, Sunny.
Excellent. Shit.
It's Snaz's birthday.
That's you kill me on my birthday, then you know that's hate crime.
I'm following you, Snaz. If I go down, you go down.
Oh fuck! I went down anyway. I fell in the hole.
Nice.
It's either get lit by Sunny or fall in hole. And I thought falling hole might be a good option. Oh my god. Oh fuck. Right, we can only hope. Right, we can only hope that Hitsu doesn't know what he's doing.
I also don't know what I'm doing. As for how I am, Lala, I'm doing pretty good. We're playing some Pummel Party to celebrate Snake's birthday today. It's
Oh,
Snake's birthday, so.
My birthday, oh, yesterday, but Day.
Or yeah,
It's
it
still
was.
the 17th for you guys.
Yee.
Over in Yankland.
Chaos.
Oh no, this is not good. Oh fuck.
Yes.
Oh no.
I would like to open this box of treasure.
Oh god.
It's over there now.
Yee.
Yes. Oh,
Cool beans.
and you get a lot of keys. You fuck.
Ooh. Nice. Nice. The RNG is working quite well in my favor right now.
I'm not a happy bunny. Oh,
Oh,
this is
no.
interesting.
Oh, I thought it was going for Sunny. I thought it was going for Sunny.
No, I think
Oh.
the bots just hate each other.
Jack went flying. Mama said happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I'm not checking who is saying happy birthday. I'm scared.
Lala Warrior? Why would you be scared?
No, I mean like, because like on my Facebook I keep my birthday off so only the real OGs know my birthday.
Oh, I see. Oh my god, Bot Chris, you can sneeze on him and he would die.
Which is weird because that also includes my ex design technology teacher who somehow remembers my birthday. Which is quite odd.
Spicy noms. What are you eating for your oh god, someone's got thrown into the Shadow Realm.
Oh, they're in the shadow room. Sun.
What type of spicy noms? I'm kind of hungry. I still need to eat a little bit more
Sorry,
for today.
did you just say spicy nonce?
Noms.
Oh, noms.
Nom nom. Yeah. Kimchi noodles with chicken.
I
Oh,
was
that sounds
really
good,
confused.
actually. Kimchi noodles with chicken. I want that.
I want some.
And yeah, the game is really fun to play. This is a very fun party game.
It is a
The
lot.
question is whether or not people have it, because it's like not as known. Oh god.
Oops.
And I don't know what the price is. I have
Yeah.
no idea.
How much was it, Sonny?
Like $15, I think.
It's $15. I mean, I guess
worth the
$15 for partying with friends. It's not that. It's cheaper than Mario Party, I guess.
Yeah.
Don't do it, Anakin. Fox has the high ground.
Oh fuck! I didn't even realize it was my turn. That's how concentrate I am. Oh jeez, 4.
I mean, it just changed to your turn just
Oh.
now.
What does the
Oh,
cactus actually do?
It
I think,
defends you
yeah,
from
it takes you from
projectiles.
getting hurt.
You get like 1 layer of protection. Oh, that bunny's scary.
But
No, it doesn't attack me. It loves me.
Yeah, because you summoned it. You
Oh, I'm so happy.
guilty, but oh, this is gonna be fun.
Capture blocks by stepping on them.
Yeah.
This is
Oh,
like
God.
the painting game. Is this Splatoon? Where am I? I'm over there.
Jesus Christ, I'm lagging. Oh my god, what the hell? I couldn't even have moved there.
no.
Okay. So you can't cross into other people's dimensions.
Nope.
Good to know. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab these real quick.
I am lagging like there's no tomorrow. Quite literally lagging like there's no tomorrow.
Oh god, you are. You're teleporting everywhere. I see it.
I'm not cracked at this, by the way. Oh shit. Oh.
Says the person who I think got the highest points.
1-1, gang. I will try not to do that laugh. I'm very sorry. It was an accident, ma'am. Oh shit, hang on. Where's the thing? Where's the thingy? Anyone close?
I guess I'm the closest.
Technically. But that bunny is scary, so I'm gonna just... 3. Ooh! Ooh la la, I got a magnet. Very nice.
What items do I have?
You have a magnet, a teleporter, a
Who's the lowest
ball-
HP person? I don't know. How do I?
Bot George. Bot George.
What does Bot George look like? I don't know what Bot George looks like.
Yeah, I don't even know where Bot George has gone, to be honest.
This is Bot Sam. I think. I'll do it on Bot Sam.
Cough. Literally, my complaints for the past few days is I have a cough.
You are coughing.
Yep.
Oh my god, the shotgun. I want to see it. Is that Jack? That's Jack.
Jack, yep.
Oh my god, Sonny just murked Jack.
No.
Does she get Jack for stealing all her coins or her keys?
Yep, he gets keys as well. She gets keys as well. Oh, and now she lost them.
Oh.
And they went to me!
Sad.
Oh well, that's just all ancient history now.
That's so funny, actually, that he just absolutely destroyed Jack.
Oh no.
Oh shit.
Go on, Bot Sam, use your powers.
No.
Shit. What was
God
the point in
damn.
that?
Thank you so much for the 12 months, Kyle.
Wow, that actually helped me more than it helped Bot Sam, I won't lie. That was
Ugh.
impressive.
That's like a proper anniversary. When did we go on a date? Aha.
Ooh.
No. Oh god. This game is so stupid. I love it.
Ah, jeez.
Is that Bot? Oh god. Jack is back. Oh, Bot Jack is sick of it.
This is Jack's fucking Bot Chris.
He just...
Poor Chris.
Wow. That's actually crazy. Sophia would be jealous. Yeah, that is true. That is true. But how are you doing, Kyle? How's the day been? You guys play more COD today yet?
Oh no.
You got a shotgun now. Oh, that's where Bot George is. I was trying to find you, Sir George. Oh god, I want to play the new Pokemon. Can't afford it, but I want to play the new one. Oh, yes! Fuck you, Bot Sam.
Oh my god, I think that buddy periodically kills people.
That was actually kind of chaotic. So I killed Bot Sam. Bot Sam spawns there. It's his turn, and then he walks.
Oh man, oh this
That
is...
worked out. Which Pokemon are you getting, Kyle? I want the one with the
This
swords.
is gonna be a
Because I'm a
nightmare.
fucking weeb.
Oh fuck me, no, like, that was the worst move I could have done. I died.
That-
Literally, I died straight out because I'm an idiot. What's the point? Oh jeez.
I am
I got-
safe.
You won't be.
For now, I am.
For now.
Oh! What the fuck? He can block me in like that?
Yep. If it's any consolation, I blocked myself in like straight away, and I'm creasing over here.
Scarlet, but Violet has better exclusives. Is Violet the one that has the weebs with the sword? Or is that the Scarlet one? Yeah, if you're getting Scarlet, and I do get the game, I'll get Violet. That we can do the exchanges and stuff. Alright, let's play this game properly.
Alright, let's do this. Oh, you fuck you, fuck shit.
Oh my Dickens.
Never.
It was the only choice, Sonny. I couldn't do anything else. I'm sorry. I am sorry. But I'm also not sorry.
Nani!
Oh fuck. Oh fucking shit. Oh you
It worked!
Who what? Oh fuck. Oh my god! No, I'm just, do you know, I'm just gonna go on my phone and I'm just gonna, text, some support.
No, I'm gonna trust in this. Don't fail me, box of
Fuck.
magic.
Please make the minigame. Oh my god.
Oh my god, I'm
that's
getting
right.
RNG. I'm getting RNG so hard.
This is literally horrible.
Holy moly.
Oh buddy. Oh,
I
dear.
will take it. I will take it.
Oh my god.
Sponsor that one.
Oh, interesting. Interesting spot.
Do I get to summon another? Oh, please.
Oh, god.
What is that?
That's a minigun, I think. I think you're
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I was hoping to summon another rabbit.
oh, haven't they suffered enough? Oh, what?
I feel like is it 50-50? Is that what it is? It feels like it's 50-50.
I think it's like, I don't know.
There has to be. There's other
was
gold
doing-
options too, though, isn't there? You can choose the mini game.
Yeah.
I really need to pee. I already went, so I'm gonna BRB. Hopefully, no one murks me. I'll be right back.
Hey, Sunny,
Yeah,
what if we kill Hitsu
we should.
since he's winning?
We should.
I think we should start a pact, at least while he's gone.
Yes. Fucking hell.
Oh my god, these bots are violent. Alright, I'll just have to see what I got in terms of powers that can possibly kill and destroy Hitsu.
I have a bomb, I think.
Oh, I think I have something. I do not. I only have a magnet, and that will hurt you, which I don't want to do. At least not yet. Oh no. Oh no, that rabbit's gonna. Oh no, because the rabbit attacked from behind.
Maybe.
Oh.
Nice. Okay. Where is it? Say?
Oh dear.
Oh, I don't have my bomb anymore. Shit. Yeah, screw it. Let's see. Hey.
Smell what my mother is cooking.
Oh.
And it is quite appetizing smelling.
Mm.
Ooh.
My bunny!
Oh, thank fuck, it's moving forward.
Oh, I love it.
I hate it.
Oh my god, this is Worms! Is it?
Oh, yep. Oh, we should play Worms. Worms is a banging game.
I used to love playing Worms. How do you shoot? Oh,
It's
the same button you always use.
RT, yeah. Oh, raw. I'm dying. Oh my god, no I'm not. Oh.
Wait, how do you die?
Oh my lord, I'm in the air.
There's no HP. How do you die?
And up exactly. You die by hitting the water like a worm. I'm in the air more than a Phil Collins song.
Okay.
Fuck, shit. Oh, Sonny, if you kill Hitsu, yes. I'm so, Sonny, I'm so proud. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Look at it. I didn't even get a key. Look at this. This is wood. Yeah, screw you.
Freedom!
Oh.
Nice. How do you view the map? They're
R.
Oh, I
Oh,
don't know
you're
what
thinking-
I don't know what it
Yeah.
is on the Xbox control, but you press R on the
Yeah, it should
keyboard.
say.
Oh, oh,
but the keys.
Mm,
on deux, trois, quatre.
Oh, that's a really good one. I like that rocket. That rocket is so RNG, but like it's so nice.
okay.
Indeed. Oh,
Wait, where is the package right now?
No.
Anyways.
I have cough.
Oh my God, Bot George just killed you.
Fucking hell.
It did propel you slightly further ahead, which was
Yeah, but at what cost?
Uh,
Oh, Bot George died. No, he didn't.
Good.
He's almost dead. He's almost dead.
bot Chris.
Oh no. Why right here? Oh, I thought he's gonna shotgun you. I thought
I was like, really?
he's gonna shotgun you at point blank in the graveyard.
This is
That's funny.
rude. That's Hitsu.
Hi, it's me. It's me, Desu. Oh! I can murk someone.
You can. Which means you'll teleport closer to the. Oh, or me. Okay, whatever. I mean. Okay. I see what you're doing. And
I just
think
wanted the
it's
coin.
very-
I just wanted the keys.
And I think it's very.
Oh, I don't get to roll after?
Yeah, yep. I see what you're doing. It's very rude.
I see. I'm not even sure if this is the right path. I think I still have to walk.
I think I still.
Get Bot Jack deciding.
I'm gonna let the poker gods see if they can help me in this game. Oh fuck yes, they can. So you know Hitsu when you tried to teleport me earlier? Fuck you. I'm back on the path, bitch.
Oh, how the tables have turned.
How the turns
Oh,
have
the
tabled.
turntables.
Do you know I've never seen the US office? Oh my
I
fucking
love
life.
the US office.
Oh,
Bunny!
hi Bundy. Destructive
It's so
Bundy.
cute.
It's cute, but it's horrible as well at the same time.
Evil bunny.
Right, is this the good one? Oh yeah.
I don't know what this one is.
Oh, you'll learn.
I didn't see the thing at all.
Let's figure out. Right,
Oh my God!
okay, we'll start with that. Slow and
It's like
steady.
Frogger.
Froggos. Now we're just gonna go for that on.
I got
Oh,
absolutely
I
murked.
should press A. Do 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 do. Oh, I'm lagging.
Oh yeah, you are.
Oi, flippin' hell.
Fuck!
Oh my life. Oh my god, I am lagging. Like there is no tomorrow. Oh my god. Surprised if we get one bat. Nope. Oh well, I am lagging. I'm sorry. I'm now dead. How the fuck am I meant to
No.
do this?
I was so close. I got 2 keys.
I got very lucky somehow. I can only hope and pray that the bots are stupid. Yes, they
Bot
are.
Daniel did not use the portal.
Bot Daniel's a fucking idiot. They should have used the portal.
They will soon. They're just
And
waiting for you.
now- Actually, I need to check actually how far it is. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, that's, yep, that's actually the perfect strategy.
Zoom.
Zoom, 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 zoom.
Those are supposed to be my keys.
Nope. Now I will only fail if I get a 1.
Imagine if you get a 1 right now.
I got 4. Oh, dude.
Oh God, laugh again.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Isn't that right next to Sunny? Oh no, that's Sunny's body. I see.
I died.
Bung bung, a little heal. We love that. We love that. Oh my god, you know, I played poker with someone like last
What
week.
the fuck?
They were hot. Like I played poker with someone last week. They were hot, but they had the personality of a plank of wood.
Oh, Terry.
I like wood.
Ooh, woo?
Huh?
Okay. Oh, all right, Mokujin fetishist, calm down.
What?
Oh, that's a Tekken reference. I love it.
Yep. Mokujin's made of wood,
Okay, I see.
Yep. and he fights. Well, actually, Mokujin doesn't really have a gender. Because it's a tree. Technically. But they do have a male-female form.
They have a male-female form, yeah, but I never really understood it. Why did he go that way?
Because he bumped into the wall because he's a moron.
Silly
I keep misreading
Oh
Bot George
God,
as Boy
Bot
George.
George. Wait, I thought Bot George. I forget you can't turn right there. You have to go around. I just need to teleport.
That was very British. Teleport.
Oh,
What? How is that British?
Because you said teleport.
British.
In America, you say teleport.
Teleport.
Or teleport. New York.
Probably blame Doctor Who for that one then.
You can't. So you can't blame the British for all your problems.
Oh my God, that's so satisfyingly horrendous.
Yeah, it's that's horrible. The rocket is very powerful. Oh bloody hell! Oh my god! I think Sunny, you've got a chat. Oh, you might have it. You're almost there.
Right, yeah. Oh shit. Uh.
Oh.
Well,
Oh. No, you went the wrong way slightly.
No, because there was a. I would have
Oh,
died
was
if
there?
I went the other way. Yeah.
Oh fuck! I didn't
That's
know.
the
That.
reason
Oh,
I went into the. Yeah.
oh shoot! Bun's there. I'm scared.
okay, I remember how. Oh, did I just?
Oh, okay.
I didn't. I accidentally force started that one.
That's fine.
Wow.
You can double jump basically, which I did not know earlier.
Yep. Oh, I died, so that's unlucky.
Ouch.
Oh my God, I died.
Oh, fucking hell.
Okay, what the fuck is this?
I just have to.
I'm playing a bullet hell!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Fucking Undertale boss.
This is like Valorant Mortal levels of difficulty. Oh my
Oh,
god!
heck you, bot.
Didn't like that.
Well, I got one key.
I keep reading it as Boy George as well. Fucking hell.
Bot George is insane.
Oh.
Is that a chaos portal?
That'll get you a I think a few weapons.
Look at all those coins he's getting.
Mm-hmm.
He's basically there.
Oh my god. Oh god.
All right, where is it going now? Bot George.
The fuck you, Bot George.
Yeah, I don't like Bot George.
Songs are rubbish. You're not very good in the new wave genre.
Oh, it changed.
I don't like Boy George.
Hi. It's me. I don't think I'm in range of like anything to do anything chaotic. That's my only goal. Just pure chaos.
Oh.
No.
Oh, well,
Good luck,
that is
Sonny.
chaos. Good. Oh. I rolled a bit.
All the
trapped,
bots are just standing there.
Oh,
Where's he gonna
okay.
go? What?
okay.
Oh.
Oh,
What? Jack! Jack!
the cheek. I was not expecting that. Oh boy.
Oh, got his body.
Rip.
Oh, nice, nice.
Sam.
Nah.
That didn't help at all.
No.
It kind of did.
Bang! Hey, Tally. What's up,
Hello,
Tally?
Tally.
Oh, God. Bot Jack is not
Tally,
having a
are
fun
you from
time.
Malaysia or Hong Kong? Can't remember. Please,
Nani?
Please explain.
Nani?
Are you lost?
Yes. Am I thinking of no? I'm thinking of Scotty, aren't I?
Yeah.
Nani?
Silence? What? I'm confused.
It's okay. It happens. He's very lost. Super duper lost. Tally's from the States.
Okay, then I've definitely confused Tally with someone else.
And Scotty, or Sierra rather, is Korean, but also in the States.
Oh,
Maybe Cress, actually?
probably Cress, I think.
Nani?
Confused.
Wait, you have to choose?
Now, which
Oh.
side? Gotta make your mind up. Which side do you take?
Oh my god, I see. You're
Okay.
forced to take the TP.
Cough.
Maybe get the item, though.
I have cough.
That's not a useful item. I mean, it's not bad, I guess.
Oh no, that bunny of destruction is coming.
Nani?
The bunny's following me. I love it so much.
I hate that bunny. Oh no.
Oh, we're racing.
This on keyboard. Fucking hell. I'm going to
Oh,
die.
I forgot what color I was.
I know which color I am. The problem is I just have to find where the hell I am. Alright, let me just figure out quickly. Oh, I'm there. Oh, Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
fell off there.
Unreal. Can only hope that loads of people just fall off, like, now.
I'm not Shinderu yet.
Oh, you fucking well will be. I know I'm not gonna come last, but my eyes hurt.
I won't like this one.
Hitsu wins, that's a given. Fuck you, Hitsu.
I was not about to win, but
I'll just actually tell Twitch to refund my dono. Thank you. No, I'm joking, of course.
oh my god.
I'm salty. I'm sorry.
Thank you again, Yakking Dirk.
Who won? Who came first?
Aren't supposed to let people know we're American.
Oh my god.
Hey, portal.
I'm shocked and appalled.
How do I? Oh, view map. That's how I do it. Okay. So
Yes.
who's the closest to the chest?
Well, it's not me. I think.
I'm not gonna do it yet, because I want to see if I can heal myself. Nice.
Strategy.
I got time. I'm not in a rush.
Uh,
Oh, and I got coins. Now I can do it.
Theoretically. Wow.
Oh my god, Bot Jack is
Wow.
such a thief.
Wow. Oh wait, that's not even me. I don't know who that is. Oh, that's Sunny, isn't it? No, that's me.
No. Is
Oh,
that
That's
you?
not me.
I don't know
No,
it's you.
That's Bot Daniel.
Yeah, Bot Daniel got robbed. Oh. Get wrecked, nerd.
They get right, nerd.
Bot Jack has died again to my trap.
Good
I see
call.
Bot Daniel is going for the defense
Bot
against the
Daniel
dark
has
arts.
alert. Ooh, that's a lot of keys.
Nicely done, Bot Daniel. Nicely done.
Boy George.
Do you know what I need
Nah.
to watch?
What's this?
Bot George is like, hello,
Hey,
Bot
George,
Daniel.
I'm
I am
three.
back.
I need to rewatch The Karate Kid.
Oh my god, is he gonna get there? Wait, where is it? Oh, he's close. Oh, I know what I want to do. I know what I want to do.
Do you?
There's literally nothing to steal, and he's stealing from you. He stole a med kit.
Oh boy.
It's a slight on your honor, Sonny. You shouldn't one of them.
True.
Bang.
Damn, you have a lot of keys from this path alone.
Oh Jesus, wept. 7.
Now you're back at the start.
I'll take you back to the start.
Hello, Bot Sam. Where doth thy wish to go? Oh, he just wishes to heal.
Hmm.
Congrats, he also just healed. He stole your one item. That's such a dick move.
Very rude. You know?
It's my bunny.
Bunny.
Oh, it's gonna be in the middle soon.
See you, chump.
Enjoy your lurk, Tally. Oh, we get to play fucking Harry Potter.
Tally, enjoy your lurk.
Yeah, enjoy your lurk, Tally.
Show your lurk, Tal.
Yeah, where am I?
Harry Potter.
I'm on fire! I'm on fire! PK fire!
I hit it.
My Hitsu.
No! Do not say bye to Hitsu!
I said die actually, but okay.
Oh. Don't also say that.
Ah, fuck off.
Oh, Hitsu, I have a actually never mind. You're playing the game. Actually, no, Hitsu, I have a fun fact for you.
What?
Actually, not really fact, but David Tennant is going to be in a new show in UK.
Doctor Who?
Yeah. Yes,
Yeah,
Doctor Who.
I already
Actually,
knew.
no. Nice. No, it's a fuck.
No, he is gonna
It's
be in Doctor Who actually. Again.
Yeah, he's coming back. I'm not sure what for, but...
He's gonna be the.
Yeah! Sonny lived with
Doctor
a
something.
fraction.
Oh, I'm not happy
14.
about that.
Yeah, because they're bringing back for like 3 episodes or something because 13 regenerated into him. I don't watch it nowadays, but like I saw about it on Twitter and yeah.
Streamer, you seeing this? How you know the abuse that I get every game?
Happy birthday!
This is like oh man, this is like being back in school.
Oh,
thank
so
fuck.
close. So close to just dying.
Indeed. Oh,
Fucking hell.
oh.
I don't think you actually die though. I think it's you just take damage. I'm not sure
Which
what
one? The top one or the bottom one?
the bottom one.
The bottom one.
I think it's like the trap like falls on you or something like that.
Oh, that's not too bad.
6 damage. Actually, I mean I could theoretically, but I think this will be better. 8. Nice. Actually, that's very good for me. Actually. Hi, Sunny.
Hello.
Oh.
Oh,
Interessant. Well. What are you trying to? Oh, what a fucking idiotic move. That basically took my cactus off, which is not a good thing, but nevertheless. Ooh. Oh no. Oh, you mother. Right, I swear. Right, it was that bot, Chris. Oh, that's you, Hitsu. Right, I'll remember that, Hitsu. I'll remember that.
He'll remember that choice.
I will.
Hey Sierra, how are you doing?
Sierra, are you seeing this? Oh wait,
And it's-
Sierra, Anna Haseo. I think that's it. I think that's how that's pronounced. Did I fail? Please tell me in the comments.
I'm doing good. Just got back from groceries. Today is Snaza's birthday. Snake's birthday.
Yep.
So he's living the time of his life. Oh my god. They're just teleporting back and forth. Not me, though.
That's rude. They should teleport to you. I'm sad about that.
If they were smart. Nah.
Oh my gosh.
That animation's so ridiculous. How much do I need? I need a 4. Okay. Next round, if I win, I know what I must do. Go, Bunny!
Bunny.
Go back to the mainland!
Stay away from me, Bun Bun.
Everybody thinks.
Merry Birthmas. Oh
Thank
god,
you,
this is
thank you. Oh, jeez, I've got a cough.
this is the mode where you like
This is
suffer.
the one complaint.
Wait, what color am I? I don't see me!
Yes, quick scammers, text his. Let them know about his car insurance.
Nay!
Sell him,
Bunny?
sell
What?
him volcano insurance or whatever.
Oh
it
my
is
god.
They scam people with these days.
It took me.
I don't want to! No! Jeez!
Ow.
Another key. No! No!
Yeah, fuck you. It's fuck you, Poirot.
Get wrecked. Oh.
Oh! I found. Okay, that was close.
Oh, and you still can't stop. Do you know what? I swear. I hope the present is you know, tricks you. I really do.
Alright, first things first.
Alright, first things first. Where is this boy? Okay. Actually.
Ooh.
Oh no, that's not good. Actually, I mean.
Okay.
Yeah, fuck you, hits. Oh no, that's not ideal. Do I have anything that could prevent? Not really. The problem is I have to think about this. Oh, screw it.
Ah!
Screw it, that's me being petty. Oh, I thought something would have happened there. Quick, Sunny, you can kill Hitsu. You cannot do it. Shit,
Yeah, I don't
you
have
can't
anything.
kill Hitsu.
I'm safer now.
Sunny, that was the best move.
Oh god, Sunny's gonna get it then.
Oh yeah. Oh, actually, no, she's not. She ain't got enough keys.
Alright, cause fucking bot Jack stole all our fucking
Yeah, you need
keys.
40 keys to open a chest.
No.
Oh no!
What the fuck? You can
no,
do that?
It'll take the teleport. It'll take the teleport off. It'll take the cactus off.
Get wrecked, nerd. Ah, fucking bot George.
Oh.
Oh, you don't
fuck.
teleport though.
That's actually a really good move from Bot George, to be fair.
Try again another day, bot George.
If Bot George actually knows how to use the teleport properly, that's very good.
So if I teleport and I land on top of the thing, do I get to use the item? Do I get to buy? I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe.
Who's this guy? Bot Daniel? Yeah, heal up, Bot Daniel. Don't kill me. Heal up.
Heal up, Bot Daniel.
Does he have enough? Oh, he definitely has enough. Fuck me. What?
What?
Fucking
I think Bot Daniel malfunctioned.
The Bot Daniel AI got lost.
Oh, I'm so happy the parents are off to India tomorrow
Ooh.
until the 6th. Until the 6th
Oh
of
my God.
December.
That bunny's right on you.
For 2.5 weeks. A lovely job, Lee.
Not bad.
Ah, jeez. So this is what's that one thing called? Not Neon. What am I thinking of?
What's that? Oh,
Tron. It's Tron.
Tron. Oh fuck. Tron, he says, and then he fucking. I destroyed myself in that entire process.
It spooked you.
Oh, I got spooked in general. Oh my fucking life.
What?
Oh. No.
I just won twice without killing anyone.
Oh, what
I
the
died.
hell am I? Oh shit.
Oh jeez.
Oh. Oh.
Oh wait, that's actually.
Really good for me. Right, I'm gonna have to use it. If I'm gonna have to use it.
Well, the RNG gods bless you.
We're gonna win. Oh, no, fuck. Alright, well,
Happy
let's do
birthday!
it.
My turn! Yes!
I'm sorry, that's just rigged, man. That's rigged. You seeing this? Sonny, you seeing this?
I won't. I won't. I won't.
bet
I
you
just
will.
wanted.
Use
I just
shotgun
wanted the.
instead.
I just wanted to put the risk down. Hey, how are you doing, Rosemary? What's going on?
Hi, Rosemary.
Hi, Rosemary.
Oh, my cheeks are hurting. This game is ridiculous.
Well, if your cheeks are hurting, you need to use a lot more lube.
Okay, that's not what I meant.
I know. Like,
Oh, I get healed too. It's kind of nice. RNG is actually blessing the fuck out of me this game.
no, the game's rigged.
Can't relate.
Rigged.
When it's someone's birthday in this game, their life is ruined for the duration of the game. That's
Pretty
true.
much. No,
Oh.
See me second place with my 2 trophies. I'm very unhappy. But I do have a numerous amount of keys, but that's just useless when you don't have enough goblets.
What can I say? I love the Holy Grail. Can you shout out both Rosemary and Sierra, Tally? Like the regular shout outs and then like the dorky streams shout outs too. And also, Sierra, are you back yet? You said you got back from groceries. So how was the trip? How was the weekend trip? Oh god, I said how's the weekend trip, but like it's Thursday, isn't it? You've been back for a while.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
What the fuck?
Wow, all they picked the game. I don't know
Time
what they
isn't real.
picked. True.
Come Tuesday. Nice. That's Rosemary. Oh god, what is that? Oh, that's right, you're playing the Signal game.
Have anything?
What?
No, I have nothing. No.
There's this new Signal game that's like 2D pixel art-y overhead, and it's scary with puzzles and stuff. It looks pretty fun, but it is expensive on Steam. Or it's not expensive, but it's just it costs money on Steam.
What is it called?
Signalis. Looked interesting. Oh my god, there's Sierra.
Bunny.
It actually jumped for you. It jumped for you.
Wait, did I die?
No, you were
Oh.
in the Shadow Realm, thankfully.
Oh fuck! Oh my god, I was in the shadow room. I like this one.
What's going on in this clip?
So you need to press A.
Oh, I was trying to see this clip that Sierra had.
Ah,
Yes, go on.
this is not great. On
Oh
keyboard.
god, actually.
Oh god, this feels not great on controller either. To be honest.
I agree with you. To be honest, on keyboard, this one's a lot easier.
Is it?
Yeah.
Doesn't feel like it.
I'm in first right now. It doesn't. I don't like it. I don't like the
Technically-
controls at all.
Technically, it's who I'm in first.
You are.
Oh yes, baby, let's go.
But you know what I mean? I
Unless there's more than one lap.
Ew. My voice. Ew. Oh, that's a very short brain. Holy fuck. Short clip.
You're right there.
My brain stopped working for a second.
I mean, weird.
This is like pod racing. All right, if it's like pod racing, I know I gotta do.
Now this is pod racing.
Now yeah. I blew up.
I'm liking the music.
I blew up.
What's it?
Can't tell what.
Cowboy. Thing.
Cut the corners.
Oh. Oh, I didn't even get anything good. I wanted a present or a TP or something. I'm back.
Oh, it's great.
Oh my god, that bunny is scary.
Era.
Really scary. Sonny, that is not a friend. That is not good.
Hope you guys are doing well tonight, by the way. Rose, Sierra, Sunny, Snaza, Tally,
Yeah.
all the dorks just chilling here. Oh
I'm at
my
least,
god.
I'm at least a 3.
I'm a elated 10. Oh my god. You just killed Suns. No.
Rip.
The rest
The
were
amount of
collateral-
time Sunny has died this game is too unfair.
The rest were collateral damage.
I'm surviving, though bed calls your name soon. Oh god.
Oh well, I'm definitely gonna die. That's my fault.
Where am I? Oh, it's me.
It,
What does this do? This is the thing, right? No! The Shadow Realm takes me!
Bye, Hitsu. Bye. Enjoy the Shadow Realm.
Boy George.
Heal.
The RNG does not bless me. Welcome to my new sleep show. I go to
Sorry,
bed
what do you-
early.
It doesn't bless you. What do you mean? So how many goblets have you got?
Not enough. Need more. This game is cheating!
Yeah, cheating in your favor.
Wait, I think you're dead, Snaza.
No, I'm still alive.
No, I think you're dead because of the rabbit.
That depends if the rabbit moves.
Ah, that guy just went flying.
The rabbit
Welcome-
moves and
Oh!
reaches me. Then yes.
Yeah. Did you start your new shift, Sierra? Or your new work? Early morning shift starting Monday.
Oh, good luck, Sierra.
That'll be nice. Waking up early. Good luck with that. Changing your
miss-
sleep schedule.
I miss
How early is early?
You miss what? Smells.
I miss the fact that I can't watch Chainsaw Man at 2:30 in the morning with Hitsu.
He just tried to punch someone through the wall. Budjack is just angry.
Noon. Damn.
2:30 in the morning.
That's early.
Unless Hitsu moves anime night to Saturday at 2:30, then I can make it.
I could, technically.
Oh, that's actually not a bad idea to be fair. Oh no!
One,
fuck, no,
2,
no,
3, 4. Oh.
Yes. Fuck you, buddy. Oh no!
What is this?
I'm dead.
Oh, this is the okay. This is. I was very bad at this one earlier.
So was I. So was I. Still am.
Wait, Sunny just died.
Oops.
Oh, I think I'm still alive somehow. Oh fuck! I nearly died. Oh, now I'm dead. I like the music in this very.
The music is quite nice, actually. Night. The fire, it burns me.
Oh fucking hell! Oh flipping heck! Okay, third. I'll take that. So it's Botjack. Then hits.
All right, Bot Jack, do your thing.
Oh,
So they're just getting up late for work now. So
I'm not sure what Botjack is attempting to do.
Is Bot Jack gonna blow himself up with that?
No.
Oh.
I don't know what. I think I'm trying to blow you up.
Maybe.
Well-
How dare, Bot Jack? You know what? You know what? I've been meaning to use this.
Oh, he's back from the shadow realm.
No. No.
Where are you, Bot Jack?
Well, Jack's. Yeah. That's what Chris, sorry. Oh, fuck.
Be gone!
Fucking hell.
Did I even hit him?
Yeah, it did.
Oh, my God.
That'll teach you to try to penis bomb me.
Penis bomb.
Wow.
We got a shotgun.
Yeah.
Rest in pieces.
Funny.
Okay, no, I have to avoid that buddy at all costs. Shit. No, I'm dead. Buddy's gonna get me. Oh, what?
You might be okay. I think the bunny doesn't go past 4. I think it stops at 4. And you got a 4, so it'll just be 1 behind you. But Chris is
It's like-
gone too.
It's like there's this show. There was this kid show in the UK called The Eliminator, and basically it was like, the Eliminator follows you as you answer quiz questions. If you get it right, you're I think 2 steps ahead. If you get it wrong, you're like 1 step back. I think that's how that works.
Did anyone just see Bot Chris mercilessly kill Bot Jack yet
that-
again?
And that bot reminds me of the Eliminator from that show.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I kind of get it. You're waking up at like super late to. I get it. Is that much of a schedule fixer though? 4 a.m. is still really early. I don't think that's much of a schedule fixer. That's just you suffer.
My dad gets up at 4:30 a.m. every day.
Yeah, but he has to go to work at 4. He has to get up at like 3, maybe
You was hard for the money.
2:30.
Was hard for the honey.
I have been healed. Is he gonna take it left or right? Oh my god, it wants you, Snaz.
Well, he's not having it with me.
Wants to be your friends now.
No, that is not a friend.
Oh, I remember this one. It
Okay.
pops up. You remember? You saw it,
didn't
right?
pop up for me. No, you can barely see it on my screen. Maybe I'm
Really?
getting old.
Okay, it's pears and carrots.
Where the pears at, man? Oh
Oh,
shit!
you have to get both at the same time, Sonny.
Ah, okay, that's nice.
What the fuck? There we go. I think that's it. No. You gotta tell us what it is, because I can't see it on mine.
2 pears, 1 carrot.
2 pears, 1 carrot. Okay.
No.
Carrot.
Just in case.
Pear 1. Pear 2. Yeah, I got it right. Yeah, boy. Alright. I don't know why it's not showing up on mine. Must be an error.
It just pops up like right in front of the cauldron for me.
Not for me. No, it doesn't pop up for me at all.
Do you see it,
For me.
Sonny?
Yeah. Eggplant,
Fuck.
pear, pumpkin, cabbage.
Yeah.
Eggplant. Oh, the fuck am I? Oh.
No.
Oh, I think I've done this wrong with that one.
Like that one.
Oh, well, I got a second, so I'll take that.
I have the power. What's an item I can use? Who's low? No, it's not worth killing Fox just yet.
Wow. Wow, I remember that.
Wee. Because I want to see the bunny kill you. That's why.
Wow. Well, that's not gonna happen because bang! Shit.
Oh, it's gonna happen. Let's go.
No, it's not. Oh no. Well, I'm dead either way. Rip for me. Retweet if you cry every time.
I'm so happy.
I hate rabbits.
What?
What?
The bot's pathing
What?
confuses me.
Do you know what? Just because of that rabbit, next time I'm in a Venetian restaurant, I'm gonna get rabbit pappardelle.
Oh, he murked you. Bot
Yep.
Daniel did it for you. You survived the rabbit.
Just for that, I'm going to eat Daniel.
You're gonna eat a What? Bot Daniel is lost. He has so many keys. He's just lost.
But Daniel's a piece of shit.
Uno. Dos.
Tres.
San.
Hey.
San. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
I can't count that high.
Caesar? I think it's Caesar next.
Caesar.
Caesar.
Et tu, Brutus?
Can Spanish speakers please confirm whether I am actually saying the numbers right or am I speaking rubbish?
Oh, I thought he died there for a second.
That's what I thought.
Bot Jack, you're free.
Oh no.
I like it. Jack got a gun.
Bunny.
Aw.
I wish the bunny could steal keys.
What is this?
Oh,
Oh god.
No.
this is one of these ones, fun, don't fall off the platform ones.
These are really fun. I like these one a lot. What's the corner piece?
Oh, flip.
Ah!
Can I jump? Oh, you can't jump. Oh!
Oh, you can?
I instantly fell off.
Good. Oh, you motherfucker! Fuck, no, why did I turn?
Look at these bots still alive.
Grumble, grumble. Oh, this is rigged, man.
It seems like playing in the center. It's probably the best.
Oh, did one of them die? No, no one had died. Well, this bot is bullshit, man. Rigged. Oh, oh,
Nah.
he fell off.
There it is. I got 20 points.
I got 30.
0.
Oh no, Sonny. Wait, Sonny, you have a cool cloak.
Oh,
How?
I have the Twitch.
Oh.
One of the default ones.
I have cough.
Oh, me too.
Have you
sick?
tried stop coughing?
I'm not sick, I just have a cough. And
Oh,
I think it's caused by the weather.
I feel that.
And there might be other factors at play, but I have no idea.
I think I'm gonna kill Bot George. TBH.
I really want to kill Hits. Wait, what?
Oh,
Wait, what?
What?
Nanny.
No one heard that. Stream, did you hear that? Say no.
I am a peaceful man.
Oh, at least the bunny didn't get me. I think it was the only person here who has not been killed by the bunny.
I haven't been killed by the bunny.
Yeah, alright. Yeah, because you were. Yeah, yep.
Wait. That's where you respawned? Oh god, that's so far away.
Yes. Thanks to bot waste man. Oh, I got some keys. Legible.
Alright, bet. Yeah,
Oh.
of course I'm gonna use it. Yeah, of course I'm using that. You can go all the way over there. Bot George.
Oh. Oh.
I thought you would have spawned in the other one.
Oh. Oh, it's still quite far away, to be fair.
Yeah. Oh, crap. My arms are just cracking.
I heard that.
Really? Steal it back, Sonny. Steal it back from all the people who have harmed you. Get both. Try to get both. I'm not sure where they are exactly.
I think they're in. Yeah, they're in.
Yeah. Okay. When the terrain changes, it's kind of funky.
Mhm.
Oh, cute bunny.
Bun Bun. Oh no, not you again, Bun Bun.
No, this is the one that.
Oh, this is the one I'm good at, apparently.
Yeah.
Yes, stream, you have permission to make all the jokes you like. They're not funny. They make me laugh.
The sock.
Suck. Ooh. Oh, I can't reach it! Bollocking. Suck.
But I can.
Well, I can reach a lot better than you.
Nice.
No, I can't. Rainbow shining over you.
Oh, wait, someone stole my diamond right in front of me.
No, it's not just your diamond, it's everyone's a diamond.
It's everybody's diamond.
Well, I hope you have an. Oh, fuck.
Ah, god damn it, Jack.
Well, I hope you have enough diamonds to share with the rest of the class.
I'm stealing it from the bots.
Yeah, because the bots don't deserve it.
Sure.
I do.
No.
Oh, hello there.
Oh, I wanted the present. Fuck
Yeah,
you,
beat it.
Jack.
You're not as good as Bot Jack. Bot Jack out here is doing insane plays.
I think you did put
Oh,
Bot
that's just
Jack on
me.
like the hardest difficulty, to be fair.
Rigged.
Probably, yeah.
I think he said,
Bot
yeah.
Jack is trash.
Bot Jack is finally getting. He doesn't have enough.
Good. Stupid fuck. Yeah, fuck you, Bot Jack.
He gave you coins.
Thank you.
That's funny.
Hang on. I think. There might be something better.
Goodbye, Georgie.
Do it.
Need to think. No, I need to think about this. Fuck it.
I mean, at least you have the most coins. I have the right amount of coins.
Oh wow,
Nice.
that was tragic. Oh no, I got keys. Yee, a little extra.
You have the exact right amount of coins, let's see.
Thank you.
Keys, whatever.
Yeah, they're keys, but I've just been calling them coins.
Sure.
Can't help it. What the fuck? Oh. Not today. What? Bot Daniel, that's the third time you've done that.
He's going in a circle.
He just likes circles. Who am I to shame him?
I'm just happy to be here.
How precious is Bot Daniel?
What?
I can't kill anyone right now.
Good.
Shame. But I want to use my item though. How far can I aim this? I hit bot Jack. Nice.
Somehow.
Whee! Freedom.
Oh my god, how many bloody keys are up there? Flipping heck.
Georgie just not having a good time anymore after he got his one.
Straight up her the bed.
Oh my god.
Fucking hell.
That was so decisive. That was personal.
Chris and Sam are committed to violence.
I just want chaos, but that guy is a murderer.
Oh,
Funny.
bun.
Speaking of murderers,
Oh my god, please, can that buddy just leave? What we got?
oh, I remember this one. This is the coin one.
Oh no.
Select
there's
your
loads
keys.
through here, we're fucked.
So aim in a direction and we just lock in.
Yeah, I think it's with the right trigger on the...
I know what I'm going for.
Where the hell am I? Okay. Oh, what the fuck?
Wait, what?
If you choose, it's the prisoner's dilemma. If you all choose the same thing, then it's whatchamacallit, bad, and the bridge breaks and you die.
Oh, you little blue shit. Alright, I think I'm gonna go...
Did I lock in correctly? I'm not sure if I picked the right one.
I'm going east.
I'm going for the money.
Oh fuck. I
Oh
was...
no.
I did say I was going east.
Well, shit.
Alright, I'm gonna go north.
I'm going for the money. How many greedy bots are there?
What?
Jack, curse you!
Oh, this is bull. That's a horrible game with so many people.
Hecking bot Sam.
It's ruining it.
Is he gonna work?
Oh fuck.
Ooh, he's teleporting.
Teleport. You face, you scumbag.
Get a 1.
Oh, and
He doesn't even have enough.
Oh, what a fucking idiot.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, now he has enough.
Now he does.
Unless Sam has short with Samantha.
Oh, it's bot Jack. Oh, he's getting a cactus out. He's scared of dying. Oh. You're coming to me, Jack. Okay, you take those coins. I'm coming for you.
Personally, I think we should kill Hitsu.
What?
What? I didn't say that. That was
No.
Steve.
How dare Steve?
Yeah, fuck you, bot George. Well, bot George, what have we here?
Oh, the turn.
Whip it out.
Excuse me?
I meant.
We know what you meant to say.
I
Ooh.
mean, that costs about $9.99 a month.
Oh my god.
Sorry. I like to play Limbo with the tone.
Whee. At least you're. I was about to say packing. God damn it.
Wow. Oh, indeed. It's jeez. This isn't a yaoi
Whoa.
anime.
I just want to kill Jack. Ah!
Ouch. Well, I think Dev will get to him eventually. Well,
Yeah, you're making bank. Oh, it's
Yeah.
my bunny.
well, Daniel is ahead in terms of the key structure.
What is he actually? Oh
Oh.
God!
This is good. I like this one. Ooh. I
This
think you
one-
just need to get to the top.
Fuck. Where am I? I'm
Get
there.
to
What
the
even is the button? I didn't see the button.
It's A.
I drew a dick.
Well, we all know what's on your mind is. Well, to be fair, mine looks slightly deformed at the minute. And by that, I mean
Oh
the
God.
tower.
Oh. Oh.
Oh. Oh.
Fuck me.
Oh.
I can't time anymore.
No, I'm not timing this very well, am I? No.
What the fuck? That was literally on it.
Oh my god, I actually finished. Sorry. I got really excited there. Oh, please, can I get something that's gonna let me get to the fucking chest? Man. These boxes. Oh, man. What a rocket. But
Is that
I
enough,
wanted
though?
a present. No, it's not, definitely not. I wanted a present or a teleport. Wow.
So is this the last turn, or do we get one more turn?
No, this is the last turn. So really getting the rocket was absolutely pointless there.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Quick, Hitsu scammers, blow up his phone.
Can I kill anyone with this? Oh. I know I can do.
What? What are you doing? Sorry, what? But where?
You're closer.
Yeah, but it's the last turn. That was literally.
I'm looking out for you.
Yeah, right at the last turn. Fucking hell. That's
I'm
just
here.
added insult to injury. Oh man. What? I want to see like the stats after. You know, that's like the little prize ceremony. That's like little stats. Like
Hey, okay.
the most damage, the most
Oh, do it, Sonny. Do it.
kill. Oh no, that's for me on that side. Don't kill me. Kill the orange one. Oh, that's a reason. Oh,
No, kill Jack and do it.
hey,
Do it.
well, it's not gonna kill me. It'll kill Jack.
Ugh, you're lucky.
Oh, can't shoot through two people.
You're lucky Jack is tanky.
Lucky.
It's yes.
6, 1, 2, 3,
Oh, you go down there.
4, 5, 6.
Hello. How are you?
I bought Chris.
How are you doing? Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you got closer to the thing.
I know, right at the last second.
Thank you so much for the Prime.
Yeah, thank you for giving it to Prime.
I appreciate the Prime. Thank you so much for that.
Like and or subscribe.
I mean, look at how many coins you have. You have our keys you have. That's a lot.
But Daniel has more than me.
That's getting stuck on the gift.
Oh, they're gonna kill. Oh,
Is that gonna blow himself up too? Oh, no.
no, lucky duck.
Unfortunately not. Uno, dos, tres.
4.
Thank you so much, though, Archaic. I appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Hey, that rocket might be useful for Bot Jack. My bunny!
That's fun.
That's the MVP for me.
That bunny has done nothing but cause destruction. And here we
You're
come.
4 hours without Sling? What's Sling?
The Pummel Awards. Sling.
We are here today to shine something.
The
If you prefer
power-
we judge other things, you can always change in your game's rule set. Oh, really?
Oh, well, let's start out Hitsu.
I literally blasted Jack. I forgot about that. For like full HP. Not me.
Keys game.
That much is for sure.
Was it V? Oh, it
Yeah,
was V.
definitely you.
Oh boy.
You're moving up in the world.
Number 1.
Oh,
Most mini games on Hitsu.
I see. Hey. I'm flying up again.
That's great, you Hitsu. I got more keys than you.
I got all the holy grails.
Yeah, I know, it's very sad.
The Green Goblin wins.
Boo. Rick, I don't want to recount. Oh.
I'm glad you're feeling better though. Like you don't need a sling anymore. You did 4 hours plus without it. Are you trying to practice every day? Is it like rehab? Yeah, don't push too hard. Don't hurt yourself.
Good stuff. I won 6 mini games.
Come here, come here, Sonny. Ugh.
I only got some keys in this game.
Oh my god, I got knocked out.
Right, I have to head to sleep because I've got work in the morning.
Yeah.
Very late. So, thank you, Hitsu. I do appreciate the Pamel party despite not winning. Everybody here, please subscribe to Hitsu.
No.
He's very lovely. And,
Hitsuga.
yep, exactly.
Twitch.tv/ Dream of
Yep.
Snake Eater. There's no, I don't think there's an I in there.
Remember to
Something
subscribe
about
to
dream snakes.
Exactly. Remember to subscribe to Hitsu on www.onlyfans.com/HitsugaXIII. And have a good night, everybody.
God.
Nights, man.
America.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Nighty night.
I don't stream.
Oh god, I need to actually get out of the chat. Oh, this is awkward. I got. Sorry, I got. This has gone horribly wrong. Have fun, kids.
Alright.
Bye.
Take care, Snake Oyasumi.
Do you want to play another one or no?
We could play another one if you want.
We could, yeah.
Do you want to do the board game or the mini game?
Board game. What do you want to do?
I'm down for board game. Does anyone else have this game that wants to play? Real quick before we start. I don't know how to leave. Mini games won 10. Mini games lost 14. I don't know how to leave. Ah.
You hit escape and then leave. wanna see if
I do
controllers
not
are
ace.
in there.
Yeah, controller is definitely the vibe, I think, for this game.
Yeah, definitely.
I shall create. Oh, I want Sophia playing this game would be really fun too.
Oh,
I would love that.
so fun.
All right, should we do 8 bots though for just 2 people?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I feel like it was a bit, a lot of waiting with 8 bots.
How do I get rid of bots? Let's see. But does anyone else have the game? And real quick, I do need to pee though. I am holding it in, and I was drinking a lot of water. It seems.
Yeah, I need to
So-
as well, actually, so that works.
I will BRB, you dorks. I appreciate you guys. Is that a heart? That's more like a triangle. Is that a heart? Not really. That's like a potato. I potato you guys. BRB. Oh, I'm gonna do the ad thing while I'm gone. So I'll be right back. Because this gets rid of pre-roll ads. I do not have game and I unfortunately can't. Yeah, no. Archaic, you get some proper rest. I love you, dude. But you take care of yourself. I'll be right back though. I need to pee. Oh shit! He's mad. Oh my god, no! Not dead! Not. Oh. Wait! Wait! He can't! My lungs! What the fuck did I just do? You can't climb ladders!
Mother bitch! God damn it, dude. This is fancy. Ooh, this is fancy. Don't fall. Charles! Charles! Hold me! What the fuck?
I made it! Yes! Self sounds! More self sounds! The tep? The tep? The tep? Hello? Is your channel family friendly? A boo. Oh wait, wrong one. A boo. Wait, wrong one again. A boo. Hey. I love you. No, I love y'all. All of y'all. You can't just know you, my love. Accept my love. Also, Ace, how are you doing tonight? Hope you're doing well. We watched more Chainsaw Man together. How was that? Actually, no, you weren't there. I take it back. Wait, no.
Let me see if I can get my controller working.
If you need to restart, just let me know.
Yeah, I might have to be honest. Yeah. What's it?
Don't. Wait. Can I do this? Where is it? Where is it? Is it this? This music is so interesting in terms of game music. Enjoy your lurk, Tally. Enjoy thine lurk. I appreciate you. I want to customize my character. Oh, I can be proper. Oh, fuck! That scared me. That one scares me. That one's actually like loud and like it makes me jump a little.
Yeah, I don't think the controller's gonna work. It's okay though.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, that's alright.
How dare it?
Can I get another invite though?
Yeah, I can. Pummel party more like pummel rigged. Oh my god. Go get some sleep, Snake, before work. Thank you again for hanging out. And once again, happy late birthday, because it is no longer your birthday. Nanny.
Happy birthday.
Here, I want to make a snazza. Except I can't give them cloaks. That's right.
Oh.
What does snazza look like?
You have the fox one, I think. It's like gray.
This one?
Oh.
Okay, and we got the green goblin over there.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. What? I can't be... Okay, I can be panda. You know what happens with movie night? Oh, right. We were going to do a movie night on Saturday, this Saturday. I have no idea what movies we're doing. I don't have no idea what time we're doing it. Good question. It can be a snowman.
Is there a different map we could do as well?
Oh, are there different maps?
Possibly. Because it says map.
Pummel Town. Pirate Paradise. Rusty Ruins. The Rift. Overgrowth. Rival. Oh, there's a lot of maps. Hold up. There's actually a lot of maps. What the heck? Anytime after 8 p.m. Let's say 2 p.m. my time. Is that after 8 p.m. for you? I think that might be 9 for you, maybe?
No, 2 our time is 8 UK time.
Oh, so perfect. It's 8. 8 your time. No, it was nice to play Pummel with you, Snake. You have a wonderful night. You get some proper sleep before work, and I'll see you later. See you later, chump.
See you, chump.
Alright. I'm gonna start.
See you, chump.
That's so good. Oh, that went down the wrong hole. I didn't know what this map is. Oh, I'm gonna do the thing, right. What time is it for me? It's 8:26 p.m. I almost said a.m. For some god unknown reason, I almost said 8 a.m. But I didn't. Alright. Is this like a Twitch map?
It looks like it. For some reason they have Twitch stuff in the game.
Yeah, maybe.
There's a Twitch hat and a cape.
How dare you be 2 hours ahead of me? The future's looking great. What can I say? I go on like 6 holy grails. Felt good. Wait, where is it? I mean, you're walking towards it, so.
Yeah.
What Sam is next?
Sam.
Oh, it turns red on the ground.
What the fuck?
Glad that in a dream Snake Eater is gone.
What just happened to it? So glad that in Dream Snake, yeah, no longer we will have to worry about someone that has a whole bunch of keys constantly doing whatever people do with keys. Unlike me, I have 2 more keys than everyone right now. What is the future like? He Tao. Future so far. There's a water shortage.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm thirsty.
It's a water shortage.
I still have some. It's just running low. I'm gonna start to. Wait, what? How'd you spell your name?
Yes. It's backwards.
Jinkies. Jinkies. I'm coming after you, bots! Oh my god, these bots really know what the fuck they're doing. I don't know what I'm doing, so I'm scared. I'm staying still.
Ah!
What the fuck? The bot literally just teleported!
It's dumb.
You guys saw that. The bot just
Yeah.
teleported. I'm taking your coins. Oh my god, does it get it right away? No, okay, no. Haha, get wrecked, nerd. Yeah. What? I can't get two at once?
I thought
Well-
you were the green one again. I was really confused.
What if I aim it like... $69. Nice. That's what I intended to do the entire time.
Sure.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Archaic? Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got a portal. I need to check the map. Sudabinus. Guess what you just saw just now? That's really cute. Dog. Hope you saw a dog. Oh God. Yeah, it's like Mario Party. It's like a cheaper version of Mario Party on Steam. It's $15, I think. Oh fuck! Alright, hold up. We were playing it because it was someone's birthday earlier. Or, yeah, it was someone's birthday. It was Snake's birthday. I forgot, I was going to say earlier, like... I was going to say, oh, no, it's actually his birthday right now. But it's like, technically it was earlier. Because EU times. Oh, God. I don't even know where I'm going. But I think I'm doing it right. Oh my. So, can we get an exclamation ban for Archaic? How dare. Oh, fuck. Flamingos. Looks lit, not gonna lie. It is actually pretty lit. I know. I think Taj and Will both have this game. So if we ever wanted a night, fobs, we could gather and play with them. Woo. This is definitely a controller game.
Absolutely, yeah.
This is if I was playing this on mouse and keyboard, it would be really hard.
Yeah, I'm kind of suffering.
Thank you, Tally. Thank you. All right. Pure chaos. Let's fucking go.
Fucking hell.
That's a fucking troll. Ichi ni. Yes, of course I'll open it. Where's it go? I don't know the pathing, like, at all. I guess there's a lines that kind of guide you though. I want chaos, so blood only. But yeah, like, it gets updated apparently. I didn't realize it got updated because there's like 50 fucking maps on this game. That's an over exaggeration, but
There's like 5. Possibly.
there's like 5. But when I first played it, I think there's only 1.
Sad.
Ooh. Hey.
Nice.
Oh my god, it's this one. What color am I? I forgot what color am I?
White, I think.
Yeah, I was white. I was looking at the green one for a second.
Yeah, I kept thinking that was you as well. You're green last time.
Come here, green! Oh my god, okay. Oh, I got him.
No!
I'm just chasing after green. I got green 3 times now, I think. 4 times. Ah! Oh my god, I spawned into that. Okay, hold on. God damn. Oh, jeez, that actually does mad damage. What's up, Ace? Why are you laughing like that?
This is absolute pain on the keyboard.
Oh no, I believe it. I 100% believe that.
Let's come back here. Hey.
I actually died to you. I'm just gonna die to someone else.
Oh, I died.
Oh! Oh. Oh, can I get RNG? Oh, actually, I don't have the keys, though, do I? Oh, I do, actually. Hold up. Give me RNG! Oh my fucking god, this game is... Nice. I'm good. I have to get ready for nighttime. How you living, bud? I hope you're living all right. What the heck? What? Oh no! Oh, nighttime. Not. I was processing nightmare. I read nighttime, but I was processing nightmare. I was like, what the fuck? You're getting ready for a nightmare? Enjoy your lurk, Archaic. No, I get it. Take care of yourself. The
No!
surgery happened.
Sorry.
Oh. No, you're fine. Who was that? Bot Sam. 'Tis a shame. No, I love you too, dude. You take care. And rest. Surgery happened, so rest up. Need all the rest you can get. Oh god, Jack is stealing from you again.
Pain. This is Jack's alter ego in bot form.
It really is. He's so chaotic.
He's chaotic. I don't know, but in a much different way.
Oh yeah, for sure. I had to walk down. Oh, I see. Because of the new spawn. You deserve all of the love, Angry Love. Well, so do you. Don't Angry Love me. Angry Love yourself. Oh god, this is the one that like at the start I died instantly.
Nice.
Every single time. So I know it's like you're just playing sumo, but I'm so bad. I'm not green. I almost fell for it. I'm not dead yet.
No.
I'm dead. Yeah, no. You take care of yourself. Get some proper rest. Ah, what? This mode is so troll. Nah, I'm just gonna stand here. I'm not falling for it. Ooh, it actually worked! Oh my god, it worked!
Somehow.
Too bad I still get last, but yes, I'm glad. SMH. Oh. I love the boops. Oh god. Take him out, Sonny. Who is that? Is that Jack?
Yeah.
Take him out, Sonny.
Moshi moshi.
Moshi moshi. Yeah, I hope that it went well. Obviously, we're still seeing, but oh, you got the. Is that even gonna reach?
I don't think so, no. Use it next time then.
You're lucky for now, Jack.
There's the keys though.
Ooh, heal. Heck yeah, I want that. I don't know what it is, but I want. Oh yes!
Wee.
More bunnies is a happy day for me.
Have a good lurk, Archaic.
Yeah, enjoy your lurk.
What is this one?
Oh god. Duck, square, jump is X. Okay. Poofs, yeah, enjoy your lurk. Get some proper recovery. I appreciate you. Thank you for being. Thank you for the prime again. I appreciate that. Huh, 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 huh. This music's kind of fire. Oh no! Sonny! Sonny! These bots are cracked! What the fuck? These bots aren't human. I mean, obviously they're not. Ah, fuck!
Nice.
Actually not human. I don't know what that was.
Pain was what that was.
Definitely. You gonna use it? Oh, you got the thing then. Wait, oh, it stopped right before it? That's so unfortunate.
No.
I thought he was gonna keep flying with it after. Okay. I mean, I guess that's kind of good. That's kind of good. That's fair. That's balanced. Is that right in front of me?
Maybe.
I don't have the coins for that though. Hmm. Yes, Jack, do it. Kill Bot Sam. He's so chaotic. I love that. That is actually right in front of me.
Damn. Well, you have to go around though, I think.
Yeah, because I don't have any money. But I can summon a beast. The most terrifying of beast.
Another bunny.
I'm not getting any like big rolls. I'm just getting very lucky.
I'll take it.
Hi, bunny.
Bunny.
Bye, bunny. Oh, if only these keys counted for actual keys.
I know, right? What the fuck?
Let me over! Oh my god. The pathing. I'm being scammed by the game.
Fucking bot.
Oh, heck.
No.
Ah! He punched me! Oh my god, the dang wall!
Hey.
Nah. It's gonna hit someone, I think.
I think so, yeah. Let's try it. Oh, no, not
Oh no, not that one.
this one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whee!
It's coming right for Jack too, I think. That's so good. Oh, and you get a 7. That's such a good round for you.
Yeah. Nice.
I don't have anything. I have the punching bag, I guess. Oh, I have to go around anyways. I didn't see that. Okay. But Sam is starting his turn. Is he going for me?
I think so.
The scammer. I'm in the graveyard now. No. Oh, so it doesn't activate any like on square effects.
I don't think so, no.
That's kind of cool. Oh heck, I'm on this side now. Oh heck, get fucking wrecked.
Nice.
Welcome back, Bot Sam. Oh, I love that. Oh, it's this one. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I love that bunny. That bunny's my favorite.
It's a very good bunny.
How dare they find diamonds? Oh, I thought that was a treasure. I dropped the ball in that one. Oh, Sonny found the treasure. Oh, in case we've all found so much.
Found the trick with that one is just keep going in one direction. You'll run into something eventually.
Yeah. What is that? I want that. I think you're the only one in the in the like the game right now for the current chest.
I think so, yeah. I don't have the keys for it yet, though. Ooh.
Oh, perfect. Just gotta. I think even if you lose, you might get enough.
Maybe.
Bot Sam, I swear to God. Alright, it's personal. He's out of my range. Oh, you lucky son of a gun. You lucky son of a gun. Unless. Jack lost his thing. What the fuck?
What the fuck? What happened?
I don't know. Man, that's too risky. Okay, so it's still actually a proper 7. Oh my god, am I gonna die from this? No, I'm
I
not.
don't know if it was meant to be like that, or if it just broke.
I think the guy's
remember what he
Boomba just made me go flying.
Okay. The little fucking bunny is
Oh
behind me.
god. I have to aim. This might be a keyboard and mouse kind of thing. Shoot targets that pop up as fast as possible. Make sure you don't shoot the bomb targets, otherwise you'll explode. Bomb targets? Wait, what's it? I didn't see the button to shoot. Oh my god. That was ah, fuck. Okay, I get it. Stressful. Ooh. I missed. Someone keeps getting shot. Or blown up. Ah, fuck. I missed like 3 times there.
Same.
The green one was kept getting lit up. That was so funny. Alright, it's my turn. Where is he? Where is he?
Eggplant.
Oh, view map. There he is. Exit map.
Fucking
Oh, it's only once. Ugh, he has to be right next to me. That's fine. Dickhead! Now what do I don't do? 5? I'm gonna head down the middle, I think.
Oh, I swear to God. Ah, never mind. He is. Oh.
No, barely. Oh, but you're one short.
Yeah.
But do you have a magnet though?
I don't think so.
You got cheesed
Ooh,
by
I do
it.
have something though. I do have something.
You're gonna blow him up. Take his coins. Goodbye, Jack.
Nice.
That's so good. No problem.
Hey.
I see a thingy that I want to go to,
Uh-huh.
and it's right next to it as well.
Ooh. Think this way is quicker?
Oh, it's
Bunny?
bunny.
It's right behind me.
Oh, it's the bunny. Oh god, it's fucking DDR. Okay, do I remember my buttons? Not really. Good luck to you, Sonny.
You too.
Where am I? I'm white, okay. Oh, fuck. I like the music though.
Yeah, it's pretty funky.
Oh, missed that one. Bum bum. Ah, I missed one.
That was a fun one.
I like that one. That was a good one.
Yeah.
I have a portal.
Hey.
Not sure when I'll use it though. Ugh. Can I? Can I actually?
Oh.
And then I get a third. Oh fuck. No.
Hey.
Oh god, I'm all the way over here. No, but I have a portal.
Got my keys back. Or some keys back.
Where are they? I guess over there.
Uh-oh.
I love it.
Uh,
He got a 6. I might TP to him.
Bunny? Oh.
Bunny's taking an interesting pathway.
Uh-huh. Oh, this one, okay.
Yeah, I remember. Wait, what color am I? I'm white. I keep looking at the green one thinking it's me.
Fuck.
Nice. RNG! Work for me! Oh! I swear, Mom, I'm a great bank thief.
No!
That.
Hmm.
Nah, I will be using this. But I want to use it on this guy. Goodbye, Bot Sam. Look at Jack. The fact that Jack has a little unicorn, like, I find it so fitting. I could see Jack doing something like that.
True.
Oh. Is it literally right there? I think it might be.
Yeah, it is. Oh, fuck.
Okay. No, it's so cute.
Until it kills you.
But it won't kill me, because it's mine. Oh, I love this one. It's just so dumb and darky. Oh, I keep forgetting that one's like a speedrun one. Ooh, almost did. Yeah, Jack. You're not gonna beat me, Jack. I won't allow it. Wait, wait. I was trying to make everyone fall. Oh, it doesn't count for me now. It doesn't go down.
Oh.
Ah, heck. Wait, where is the Green Goblin? I really wanted Jack to just keep falling. Oh, you're right next to it too.
Ooh, oh, I don't have enough though.
Oh, lucky. Well, there's... Oh, I guess there's nothing really.
No.
Oh, we're gonna get the thing though. The whatchamacallit.
Oh yeah.
Are you gonna get your own bunny? Wait, what's that?
Don't know.
You got an arcade machine. What the heck? What is this?
What the fuck?
Roll higher than a 4 or fail 3 times. Say less. What? What was that?
I don't know.
Sure. Was that my turn? I want to use my rocket. So that's probably like the event of the map then, I guess, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Yo, Kali? Wait, what? What do you mean? Oh, wait. That's why I was always full HP last time. It's because whenever people stepped on my things, you actually take their HP. It's not just you do damage, you take their HP. You healed up there.
That makes sense.
Kali the Grim Reaper? Oh, for sure. For sure, for sure. Get wrecked, Bot Sam. No, it's coming for Bot Sam. You got it. You got it, buddy. One plays the shark, the rest are prey. Am I the shark again? To memorize. Not you. That's what I was aiming for. Nanny? Got the Green Goblin, but who else am I missing? Ah! No, I keep accidentally getting the wrong people. Ah,
Nice.
it's his good. Oh shit. I was. But not any longer. Not any longer. Okay, so it does force your turn. You can't use an item.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Giga legit. Well, I got one. I got one of them. I got Bot Sam. Felt good. Oh god, Jack, are you gonna? Jack is gonna. I'm not. Yeah. There it is. There it is, and he got that. Of course, he's going for this. Oh, Jack! It's always Jack. Oh, it's right there.
Fucking hell.
Hey, no shot, right? I want to see the map. What's the path I've got to take? Look it. I'm not gonna hit him, but
Might.
I'll get close enough. Ooh, and I get a 9. Is that enough, though? I don't think that's enough.
I don't think so. Oh, maybe.
Oh, it actually is enough. It's barely enough.
Just enough, yeah.
RNG gods. Ooh. Oh.
Uh-oh.
I respect it, Sam. No, it's the bunny.
Bunny.
Bunny's best.
True. Oh.
Oh, okay. This is the. Last time we played this, I literally just walked in a straight line and everyone killed themselves somehow. Okay, we'll have to play a game here, Sonny.
No.
Round these parts, I'm known as the Tron Man. What happened to it? God damn it. That was an instant death. I was just spinning around and I wasn't paying attention that it started and then... Ah, God.
Actually, hold on.
That's where that is.
Just, yeah.
Medkit. Sure, why not? Oh my god. I always get like the tiniest rolls. Holy shit, a cactus? I know, I know. Can you believe it? Even I couldn't. Hecking Jack.
I thought you're talking about it like it is Jack.
That's the only way. Oh no!
Oh no!
It's our bunny. Oh, that's the best. That's the MVP. Not the cactusy. Oh god. Oh no. I don't think about a cactus like that.
Ew.
I'm cringing at the pain. Ace, god damn it, Ace. Alright, so this is basically just staying alive. And grabbing stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know how I lived that. I was on literally nothing. I don't know how I lived that.
Wee.
Oh, I want that.
Same.
Hold on. Going close to it? Not really. Okay, I have an idea. I have an idea. I have an idea. Wait, does teleporting remove my cactus?
I think it might, yeah.
Oh shit. they instantly take damage. Don't worry, Jack. I'm gonna get you, Jack. I'm gonna get you. Feel comfy for now, Jack. Oh, but I have no coins. That's so chaotic. What the arcade machine thing does?
I don't know. If you teleport somewhere, do you get the thing that you land on or no?
No, you don't get the thing you land on, but you lose. You can't roll afterwards, and apparently you lose your cactus too. God, we got rid of the cactusy because of you, Ace.
Cactusy.
Boo boo. Can I kill you?
Maybe.
I wonder if I would get enough points, though. I don't know if I would.
Oh, this one. Fuck.
This one was ridiculous.
Bullet hell.
Insta fucking death. I don't know how to do that one. Oh god. That's a tough one. That's an actual tough one.
Mm-hmm.
Does he get it?
Mm.
He might actually get this.
Oh, fuck.
Ah, fuck. I love how we both said, oh, fuck, at the same time. Yep. Gosh darn it, bot Sam.
Damn it.
It's all the way over there now. Oh, but he's right behind the bunny.
Ooh.
I'll take that. How nice, Bot Jack. How nice.
Nice and not chaotic.
Wait, can I just go left? I can, I think.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, I'm just healing. I was thinking about murking you.
Oh.
But I'm just gonna, if I can turn left, yeah, I can. Nope. Might as well. Oh god, is it gonna hit both of them? I think it might hit both of them.
It might. Hope so. Oh.
Oh. Bot Sam gets away scot-free once again. Oh, wait. Wait, oh god, you might die.
Might. No! Fucking funny.
Oh no! What is this one? Cannon circle. Dodge the cannonballs coming from outside the circle. So it's just dodging.
Yeah.
Okay. We can do this. I believe.
Same.
Can I punch someone? Nope. Can I go outside the circle? Oh god!
Nice try. So
Thank you.
running into a wall.
I feel like it's significantly less stressful. Oh, but I okay.
So one.
That was. I'll take the luck.
Hacking
All right.
bunny.
YOLO! Please work for me. But it's the right kind of. No, it's not. Barn brawl. Elemental escalation. Crown capture. What's this one? Barn brawl. I'm trying to brawl with my friends. Ah, heck. I thought I could take a left there. I don't think I
Yeah.
can. Bot Jack. I'm so sorry, Jack. They're still right behind the bunny.
Mm-hmm.
This is a fun mode. With like a proper party lobby, I could see this easily being like...
Very chaotic.
Well, yeah. I'm curious if you can play like locally though. Like, just hook up a lot of controllers to the PC or something.
Yeah, I think there was a local option, it looked like.
This can definitely be a lot of chaotic fun.
Mm-hmm.
Where even is it?
It is... all the way over here.
Jeez. I fucked up. That's gonna... Yeah. That's... Yeah, that's what I meant.
Oh.
Oh, the bunny came to me. What is this? Is this the FPS game?
Looks like it.
Oh my god, okay. So we grab the shotguns, and then we go to town. Oh, bot Jack. Oh god, how am I gonna play this against hard bots on a controller? Ah! Oh god, on controller, it's such a slow sensitivity.
Yeah, I can imagine.
No, bot Jack, don't do it! Don't do it, bot Jack! Oh, I tried to 360 him. Don't do it! No! Oh god, bot Sam got me. I turned so slowly. What the fuck? Bot Jack is cracked. Get wrecked, bot Jack. Oh.
Don't like that one.
Okay, yeah, that was a proper FPS game. I was not expecting that.
Oh, that's what you meant with the fucking portal, right? Oops.
Yeah.
Yeah, just the cactus away. I wasn't thinking.
Bot Sam start. I really wanted to go towards the shiny weapon thing so badly. Ah, I got so baited. It's not bot Jack. You know what I can do? Get wrecked, Jack. Murder. Was it unnecessary? Absolutely. Would I do it again? Absolutely. Blood. It's Zoomy.
Bunny.
I need to kill bot Sam next.
Yes.
Oh god, it's this one.
Oh, I hate this one.
I also hated this one. Controls changed. What does that mean?
What's that? No. Yeah. Who's shooting me?
Is that you?
I think so.
I lost you.
Good.
It's like pod racing, but hard.
Oh, this is pod race.
Oh, jeez, we almost crashed into each other. Oh, God. How rough. I'll take it. I think he crashed, but I think he caught me.
Yeah.
Alright.
Something happened. Ah!
Oh, I thought we were gonna crash. Does it hit long range? Probably does. Okay. That was a lot more fun when there's a lot more people, I
Sure.
think. But it's also just not fun. I am most definitely gonna try for it. Well, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I deserved it.
Mm.
That's a long walk.
To be. Oh, we can only go so far. Shit.
Do it. Do it.
Fuck it. Let's try.
Ah.
Eee.
Ah. That's unlucky.
Better than the other alternative, though.
True.
Better than the void.
Oh god, he's gonna kill you.
Possibly.
No, he's not.
I guess not. Oh.
Oh,
okay.
he's going for it. I like saying his name backwards. Oh!
Yeah, I first thought earlier.
Oh, I didn't hear you earlier. I see it now.
Yeah, it's backwards.
I was like, as Dua Bananas? Is like, you misspelled your name. I literally did not see it backwards. I get it.
So
I see it.
Bananas.
Yeah. It makes sense now. Ichi. Go, bunny, go. Oh, that's me. Oh. Go, bunny, go. I forgot I can do that. What is that melody?
What is that melody?
Okay, so I just have to do a puzzle, I guess. Where am I? God damn. That's a dumb corner smiley piece.
What the fuck?
You were like so far in the lead as well at the start.
Yeah.
I'm back from the Shadow Realm.
Eggplant.
Does that reach? Oh. You know what does reach? This. Wait, how did that hit you? I'm not doing the same mistake twice. I almost did it again. Low key there.
Nice.
You're confused for a second too? Okay, so it wasn't just you. It wasn't just me.
Yeah, I like writing it backwards in games like this to confuse people. It's funny.
Definitely confused me. Oh, it's a cactus again. 7. I felt that. After I mistakenly shot you somehow.
Mistakenly.
I did. I was aiming for Jack. Go, bunny, go.
Bunny.
Oh, okay. This is like a Quidditch thing. Oh, God.
Controls on this fucking hell.
So the controls are a bit wonky.
A little bit, yeah. What the fuck?
What? What happens now? You guys come back?
I don't know.
I'm just gonna speed up. I want to see how far I can get then.
It's music though. Pretty good.
The music is kind of spooky.
It's fun though.
This is definitely a funner one. Oh.
Yeah. It's not too bad.
Wait, if you die, you tie?
I guess so, because we all died about the same time, I think. Fucking hell.
Finally! I get to use the fist.
You fisted him.
I did. Boy, did that make me happy. Wait, why is he like a dark cactus? Is that just me? Does he look gray?
A little bit. I think it's just the lighting, to be honest.
Hmm. Nani?
Sorry, I see.
It missed.
What the fuck?
It missed.
I'm so mad.
Oh, that's fantastic.
What the fuck did it miss?
Oh, that's absolutely fantastic. I actually am so thankful for that. It's great. My day is complete. Go, bunny. Oh, the bunny's just walking in a circle. I love it.
Silly bunny.
This is the other one that we almost played, but I chose the bash, the brawl. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know what it is though. I didn't read it. Okay, crown. Go for the crown. I get it. Ah, fuck. He finally got me.
Get wrecked.
Ah, Jack is just punching everyone. Come back here, Jack. Oh, God.
Eee! No!
No. No, 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 no. Oh, you punched him right before you punched me. Bless. Oh, fuck. I'm getting stuck. I like that one. That was kind of a chaotic one. Imagine 8 people with that one.
Oh my god.
That'd be fucking insane. Shazam! Oh, hi, Sunny.
Rip.
4. Oh god, I need a weapon to kill him. I want to kill him. He's right in front of me. I want to so badly.
Punch him.
I don't know. Is Bot Jack gonna teleport? Oh, Jack. Yes, silly dork. That means you're next.
Silliest dorks.
Ooh. A solid 9.
Yeah. Not too bad.
That.
Boone.
Oh, I remember this one.
Oh, this one.
I am white, not green. I'm not. No, I'm no longer Yoda. God, it's so chaotic. Oh, I'm not there. I'm here. Ooh, it was close.
Yeah, it was very close. Another beehive.
Wait, but I don't want a beehive. I want to murder someone. But what I can do, make sure Bot Jack doesn't have enough. Maybe make sure both of you guys don't have enough.
Oh.
Only worked for Bot Jack.
Nice.
Ah, heck. I barely went anywhere. Ah, heck. I felt that. I'll remember that decision.
No.
Oh, you're right there. Well, Bot Jack doesn't have the money now, at least.
True.
Oh my god.
No. Fuck.
Does he have enough? No, he does not.
Oh yeah. Right. True.
Get wrecked. Get wrecked, Bot Jack. Ooh. That buddy is so fucking cute. I can't.
It's very cute.
Oh god, the one
Oh,
I
no.
suck at. I'm actually so bad at this one. Even though I theoretically shouldn't be. I am. Oh, nice suit. Not so nice suit.
Fuck's sake.
Ah. Nice. No one saw that.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
No. Ugh. I'm so bad at that mode. I'm so bad at it.
It's a fun one.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh, free.
I almost ignored my accident.
That-
I was so mad.
I wonder what the arcade thingy does.
Oh, I might try that next turn. Oh,
How dare Jack?
sad.
Absolute thief. Oh, he's gonna use it.
Oh,
Oh god, it's gonna send him right. It's gonna send it. Yeah, of course. Of course.
Yep.
How silly of me to ask. Nanny. That's where I was earlier. All right, I was at the bottom of the scoreboard. Forgot. I love whenever I see that animation. It's so funny. Is there even anything I can do? There's no one that's even close to it.
no.
I'll just go cause chaos.
No. Why?
What? I definitely went the other way. Oh my god, I definitely went the other way. Oh, jeez.
That's what you get.
I definitely inputted the other direction. It's alright. It happens.
Oh, this one.
Let's see. How do... I forgot how this one works. I had a strat. Let's
immediately
just
last
stay in the
time.
middle. We can dodge the most. Except for that time, I guess. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. These bots are too good. They're actually too good. They're just not dying.
True.
Whew.
Close.
They actually lived.
True.
The maniacs. I gotta press it. I gotta press it. I gotta press it. I gotta press it.
Hey.
I can still get another one. Maybe. Maybe. Will they bless me? That's so funny every single time. Not enough, buckaroo. Normally would cause chaos, but I have to believe. I have to believe. Oh. Oh. Bless. And I have enough. If I got the Shadow Realm, I would have been sad. Now what happens? Oh, he can do that. Go to go based. So lucky. Oh, he is gonna get it. No, he's not. He has no money.
Dumb butt.
Played once again, Jack. Once again.
It's the last turn anyway. So.
Damn. Oh, what does the one thing do?
Oh, I forgot to use it. Shit. Rip.
Damn. Oh, the bunny's just adorable. Oh, it just ends. There's no more minigame.
Oh.
Okay. Let's see how it played out. E. I definitely wanted to kill more people again. That is very true. I think I got this one as well. Yeah. I got that one as well? Really? I felt like I was getting my butt handed to me in a lot of those. Those bots were kind of nuts.
Yeah, they were. One of the bots, isn't it? Oh, that's not.
A snowman wins. Wait, how is that guy second? Oh, shit. Oh, it counts coins as well. How many keys you have?
Okay.
The ways the bodies fly. It's so funny. Can I punch him in here?
Maybe.
Ah! Oh, God. That was fun, though. I like this mode. This could be a fun, like, party mode. Community game night kind of a game. Do you guys knock each other out? Oh no, he's just behind the chair. Did I somehow hit you going for him?
I think so, yeah. Get wrecked. Oh.
Calling it, but I'm not sure if I'll play another round. That was quite a while.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, shh! It's
Pizza
Boba! Hi, Boba! Hi, Boba! Hi, Boba! 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 Where? Come here, Boba! Boba! Oh, hi, Boba.
Oh, the doggy.
Yeah, my sister came by with. Oh, jeez. Hi, Boba.
Oh, doggy.
Hi. What you up to, Boba? No, you're big chilling. Boba's big chilling. How are you doing, Boba? Hey, what the dog doing? Boba's so cute. Boba is my sister's dog, basically. Not technically, but basically. Boba's, you're so precious. You're so precious. What have you been up to today, Boba? Oh. Oh, Boba's shaking from how excited he is.
Oh.
Don't you like it behind the ears? Aren't you an ear doggo? Hi. Hi. But as for what we're gonna do on stream, I'm not sure. We could probably play another one, but I think it'd be funner to have like a full lobby.
Yeah, I agree.
What's up, Boba? Hi, Boba. Oh, he's so cute. I looked at the screen and I see me flying. Hi, Boba. My nose. Boba licked my nose. We could Faz. Faz was fun. I'm down for a Faz, I suppose. If you want to come at all, Tally. And you as well, Sunny, if you want to play Faz.
Maybe. Maybe. Bit
Wait.
sleepy, to be honest.
I felt that.
He's a good doggo.
He is. He's just... He's just chilling on my... Oh... You don't have to be up here, you know. You can go down if you want. You know that, right, Boba? You just want to move.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll lower it just a smidge more. Hi, Boba. Is your tongue out because it's hot in my room, or what? Are you just that excited? Can I get you to... No? You don't want to scratch yourself? I'll put it under the collar. Like right there. Okay. But yeah, I'm down for Faz though, Ace, if you want. Use will Tally. Let me know. Oh, Boba. He. Okay. I have no idea what specific breed you are. Understand you're adorable. Okay. But In the meantime, then I'm probably gonna close the game because I want to see if I can find the whatchamacallit. If I got any crowns or whatever for the game. I don't know how to leave the game. Oh, let's leave.
You press escape and then leave. At the bottom.
Ooh. Ooh, I have 15 crowns. Whoa, boy. I don't know how I got 15, but I got 15. And you want to go down? Okay. Go ahead. Feel free to... Oh, sorry, you're caught on my wire. There you go. Feel free to explore my room. It's messy, but explore away, Boba. It's called Phasmophobia Apocalypse. You never noticed it? Phasmophobia Apocalypse. Sounds ridiculous. Okay, so I can get the Cosmic, which I think I definitely want. Okay. I don't know how I got that many, but I'll take it. Okay. That makes sense to me. Oh, my Steam crashed. Launch Phasmo. Wait, I'm kind of worried. It's really hot in my room. I don't want Boba to like sweat out or anything. You can see Boba on my bed. Oh, he jumped out. Hi, Boba. You're between my legs right now. What's going on? He's tickling my feet. God damn it. Okay. I will launch. I don't think I've played it since November 10th. But I'm down to play though. I am down to play.
I think I might sit out for Phasma, to be honest, today.
No worries, honey. It is late. I don't blame you. Get some rest if you need to. Oh, God, I'm about to play Phasmo. I'm gonna need a snack. I need a snack for Phasmo.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Okay. But yes, Tally, of course you can. I asked if you could. Game Phasmophobia. Am I allowed to post links? Of course you are. I don't think I block links. I technically should, but I don't think I do. No, you. No, you. We're not playing Minecraft. We're playing Phasmo. Hey, Boba. Oh, you were looking at the lights. Boba's looking at the lights. Yeah, take care, Sonny. I appreciate you. I appreciate you lots, dork. Because you're a big giga dork. Absolutely big giga dork. I guess if we're just playing Phasmo, I'm going to ping again in the Discord. I feel kind of bad. But at the same time, not really. Ping me. I am switching to Phasmo to play with the homies now. For the last last bit of the stream. There we go. I updated everyone. Oh, you wanna head out? You wanna head out? Okay. I will make a lobby and stop. You're looking at my feet. Stop. Stop. Boba. Hey. Come here. Come on. Come on. Can you jump? Can you jump up here yet? Are you trying to climb my stool? He licked my foot.
I've I've gathered a list of other hunters asking for help.
Okay. I'm gonna create a lobby. Make it private. Create lobby. I will copy the. I'll put the code inside the chat because there's not that many folks right now. Feel free to join. I'm gonna BRB, run an ad, grab a snack, and yeah, I'll be right back. Tally, creative title, go. BRB. You wanna head out, Boba? You wanna head out? Well, if the door's open downstairs or not. But let's head out. Let me get some water as well. Oh, you're so excited.
Way too dank.
Have you heard this?
Should be here. Roger.
Hello.
Yellow.
Oh, that's not a pretty look.
How's it going? Oh wait. Oh wait, is my mic on?
Yeah, it's on. I can hear you.
Okay, okay. I thought I was on push to talk, but I forgot I wasn't. Trying to figure out how to drop items.
G.
Oh, thank you. No one saw that throw, by the way. that was completely intentional.
Only the host can hit the bowling pins. The rest it bounces right off.
Bruh.
I can't even knock over the Jenga blocks, just bounces off.
Alright. Think I got this. Shit. Well, I tried. What?
That's close. I got stuck actually.
Alright. Nice.
I'm not sure what happened there, but alright.
Alright, can I do this? Can I do this?
Holy shit.
Yes, I can.
Full blast ad. Oh no. Are you back though?
Oh, shit.
Is you back though? I'm back. I'm back.
Some WD-40 on that door of yours.
Oh, you guys are in here.
No.
Yeah.
I did not go pee.
Well, go pee. Work.
Okay, I will do that real quick. I got distracted by Boba BRB. BRB.
This is why he's the king dork. I've destabilized the Jenga.
No. Oh god, way too deep. What is happening?
Oh no.
Oh.
You can press F, and we'll hold it, and we can place a Jenga block. I'm placing it inside other Jenga blocks and making it just explode.
Oh, you can do that?
Yeah, it's fun.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Oh. You hold F and you see like a ghost brick and you place it in there and it just...
Okay, that's awesome.
Do some crazy physics.
Oh wait, we're missing a block.
Ooh.
It may or may
Now
not
I am
come
back.
down. I don't know how that happened.
I say without my headset on. Now I am back.
He'd be back.
Welcome back, you dork.
Got him.
I just saw a brick fly.
Exploding the Jenga.
This is my snack. It is Greek yogurt.
I mean,
Apparently it's 80 calories with 12 grams of protein. And I got 3 Hershey's chunks to go along with it because I can't handle the taste of yogurt.
Sounds tasty.
nice.
Do you guys like yogurt?
Yeah, yogurt's
I do.
good.
Yep.
I do not. Like, I don't dislike it per se,
Oh my god.
but it's like I think to myself whenever I eat yogurt, why eat yogurt when ice cream just tastes better?
I mean, that is true.
So like the taste gets me.
Oh,
Okay, but how about this? Frozen yogurt.
I still rather get ice cream.
alright. I tried frozen yogurt once, and it was not great. It's like cottage cheese. It's kind of gross.
But I will say for a snack, this is
Yes.
a proper good snack. 12 grams of protein for 80 calories. That's kind of insane, actually.
So, I was playing with a friend earlier on Phasmo, and
Mm-hmm.
we used a music box.
Oh, you guys
We
did?
didn't, yeah, and we did not die. There is no cursed hunt.
What does it do?
So, what I did was, like, first time I ever used it, I was just rocking around with it in my hand, and the cursed hunt happened, and most of us died. So this time, because when you activate it, it shows you where the ghost is, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of just holding it, I set it down and hid. And the ghost went into the room I was in and was singing along. It's like went to the music box, was just singing along until it stopped. There's
That's
no cursed
scary.
hunt afterwards. Yeah, it was pretty creepy. I was like, oh no, I'm gonna die.
So it's probably some RNG thing again, where you can live sometimes.
Could be, or maybe just don't have it in your hand.
Yeah, could be.
Also-
Could be that as well.
Also, it you got some walking movement when you're trying to escape with it.
Wait, really?
Yes, because it wants to lead you to the ghost. And if you're going too far away from the ghost, it tries to hinder you, make you go back.
Oh, so it leads you. Oh, that's scary.
Yeah, it was. I was like, let me out of the house.
So, like, if there's a hunt, you're trying to run away from the ghost, but you can't.
I'm on the hunt time after you.
Yeah. Like, yogurt, I don't know. It's not bad. It's just, it gets me. The taste surprises me every single time.
I had blue cheese for the first time.
What?
That's an acquired taste. Or did you like it?
I wasn't aware that blue cheese was in it until afterwards, and I was a little upset that I ate blue cheese without knowing there's blue cheese. It's I wouldn't say it's good, but I wouldn't say it's bad either.
Definitely an acquired taste, I think.
Yeah. Now, people who love it, it's definitely acquired taste. But
Yeah.
for people who's kind of like doesn't particularly like it or dislike it, then it's good for certain dishes.
Yeah, I think that's me for me.
It seems legit.
I got a frozen meal to try. It's one I haven't seen before.
The texture of yogurt doesn't bother me, Sonny. It's the taste.
My apologies.
Your apologies? Why?
I forgot to ready up.
Oh, I forgot we were doing that. Here, let me start. Blue cheese is interesting. I'm allergic to penicillin, so I can't have it though. Yeah, that's also something I understand as well. Like, you're allergic to blue cheese. That's why when Tally was saying that he was upset he didn't know there's blue cheese in it, I was thinking he had an allergy or something. $80 calories, 12 grams of protein, versus the 3 bits of chocolate I had, which I think is like 60.
Why is he already at 98 sanity? Like, hit was at 98 sanity for a second.
Because I'm never sane.
And that'll move. Oh shit, we have no equipment.
Trash can here.
Oh wait. Okay, never mind.
Get set up before investigating.
My is good.
Fucking A. That got me. I don't know why they got me. Oh my god, we're playing horror games.
We are?
This is a horror?
When we play horror games, instantly everything's scary to me.
I said John Carter. I was like, holy shit.
Oh, I can hear you through your mic, by the way, Ace.
My bad.
No, you were able to fix it last time. I forgot how though.
You put it on push to talk.
Oh.
Oh god. Just sold the keys now. No. Here we are. Who's prepared to die?
No, I hate the taste of yogurt.
It's good with fruit. I tried raw yogurt and
Yeah, I think the raw taste of yogurt, just because when I had the chocolate just now, the chocolates to make the taste kind of wash out. Like, most of the yogurt taste, I'm okay with. Like 80% of it is like, oh, that was really good. But there's like that 20% that makes me go, ew, what the fuck did I just eat?
How's that better?
Echo test.
Echo, 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 echo. Speak to me, Ace.
It doesn't work.
Hello. I don't really want. I'll grab this, I guess.
Oh no! Yeah, is it better or is it worse?
It's better.
Alright. I'm on push to talk.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like the milk portion, the milk can actually taste not too bad. But then the everything else part, the fermented part, like the 20%, awful. All right, you got a ding for service. Nice. If you were a ghost, would you be a big baby? Wait, what was the ghost's name?
Jan Carter.
Does it respond to everyone? Do we know?
Yes, responds to everyone.
Chan Carter.
Back to that.
Tarot cards.
Let's go.
Left to draw, then I have the full collection.
The tower. I forgot what cards I need.
Oh.
The hermit. I got the hermit.
The tarot card?
I have to grab my thing. They're my friends.
Probably gonna start at Cursed Hunt. I'm going to hide.
What the heck is a cursed hunt?
The Wheel of Fortune. The Fool.
So
Ugh.
if he gets death, there's a Cursed Hunt.
Oh
What did you
shit.
get?
The Hermit. The Wheel of Fortune again.
You're saying is you're ruining our sanity.
The Tower. Death. Ah, shit.
Oh shit.
No.
Sure.
I got the moon. That scared me, Sonny.
That was
Got mooned.
Oh, I need to raise the game though. Yeah, I have absolutely. I'll take some pills.
holy shit, he took.
Yeah.
I lost my sanity on one of them.
All been red. You lost sanity.
The game's really quiet for me. I need to raise the game up so I get scared by the game and not the sound effect. Wait, it is. It's saying it's maxed. I am being trolled. What am I at now? 34? Fucking hate it. Fucking hate it here.
What do you mean you hate it here? Just started.
I'm about to quit stream. My career's over. I take it all back.
Just like that.
Just like that. I'm sick of it.
Random ghost breath.
Probably not.
Okay, so what do we have right now?
Nothing.
We have nothing. We just have a vague idea of where the ghost is.
It's probably in the far corner, I think.
It's closer than you think, actually.
Really?
So I went over there. I can hear his footsteps when I went into that room.
Oh.
And the tower is a ghost of it, and I heard a phone ring over there.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. We just don't know what room because he kept drawing cards.
Yeah. It's probably better to functionally use them instead of just spamming them.
That's close. It has to be one of these rooms that has a phone. This one?
I just heard a sound.
Oh, that's outside. It is an alarm clock I heard, not a phone. Door suspiciously open. There's pillows suspiciously on the floor.
I'm getting no temps right now.
Did you turn it on?
Yes, I did.
You should
I'm
be getting
using.
temps.
The lowest I got was like 30, so...
That is a temperature.
Everything's still on the floor, so they might have walked into this room.
I had heard a sound somewhere earlier. In the parabolic microphone. It might be this room, or it might be in the room outside to our left here. Can it spawn in the middle?
It's spawned in a home.
Yeah, it's in this room.
MF5.
Luna, good morning to you from Germany. I heard it.
What the heck?
Nice, go get some more equipment and some crucifixes.
Alright, I'm out. Oh god, that fucking scared me. Hello, Luna. Hello from Germany. How are you doing today on this fine Friday for you? Thursday for me. Where am I? Is this not an exit?
Can't see, you went too far.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, it's bad. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick though.
That's the... I hit you.
I hit you. How we doing?
I'm scared.
Oh, so you just hit EMF 5.
This game. This game is trash. I fucking hate this game. It's 10:21 p.m. for me right now. How are you doing, Luna? What's the vibe for the day? Oh god, I am so... I hate this game. I actually hate this game. Why did I say yes to playing this? My sanity dropped completely. Why? Because I had the parabolic microphone?
No. This is a ghost that affects our sanity very strongly.
The audacity.
It means it could be a shade, be a myling.
Oh, we got EMF 5 though, right?
Yeah.
Alright, let's see. There's a spirit box in there, so I'll grab that. It touched the door, right?
Yeah,
Should I
we
grab...
got 2 minutes to find it before prints disappear. Should take some pills. We got one last bottle of pills.
I'll take the last one.
Yeah, alright.
Does anyone... Are we carrying the purple flashlight at all? Or am I the only one?
You're the only one. I got a book and I got a crucifix.
Okay, I can grab one more thing. I'll grab the video camera.
Nordic.
Alright, Ace. What do you have planned for the day, though, Luna? Since it's an early day for you. Isn't it like... Oh, wait, it's really early for you right now. Can you grab... What do you have on you? Can you grab the dots?
Yeah, grab dots. You can grab the other crucifix if you want.
Yeah, 2 crucifix.
Camera.
Welcome to my vlogging channel. Hello everybody, it is me, Hitsuga, and tonight we are going into the Sunny Meadows. Oh, thunder right on cue, and a honk. Fuck you. That deserves a bonk. Anywho, we are walking down the corridors of the infamous Sunny Meadows. There are many tales, many legends of this eventful location.
Alrighty then. Let's go back to the truck.
I don't know if that camera's good or not. I hope it is.
I leave a spirit box in there.
Yeah, there's a spirit box over here.
Anybody want to join me for a spirit box?
Does anyone have a camera?
Spirit box.
But does anyone have a camera just in case it pops up? That's what I'm saying.
No.
Oh, I just dropped my camera.
Oh.
Pretty close.
Oh,
Already then.
So, he spoke! Nah, fuck that, I'm out! I close the door on whoever's behind there. Ace, it's all on you, Ace. Oh, fuck. I'm in media design training and I have school this week since it's M1. Oh, right. You were talking about it and I forgot who I was watching at the time. We were talking about the 1.3 hour commute they had to do daily just to go to school. That is a heck. I am so sorry for you, honestly. We got spirit box. But that's cool though. Media design. What do you do with media design? Like cinematography or like it's attacking. Ace, run! Run, Ace, run!
Don't run, hide.
Did you grab a head camera? He did, right?
No.
I think so. That's him right there.
It's got the crucifix in this line.
Graphic stuff on the PC. I'm focusing on the print area. Oh, that's pretty cool then. So you're probably working with things like Photoshop and Illustrator and design and stuff like that. Yeah. Literally, yeah.
I'm going to guess our next clue is going to be freezing temps.
What can it be right now? It can be the, oh god, if it's freezing temps, it's the twins. It can be ghostwriting. It can't be fingerprints. It can't be ghost orbs, but it can be dots though. Alright, I will grab a book.
It's probably either a spirit or a twins. We went in there and like things started going like off immediately, like one after the other.
Yeah. Either way, I fucking hate it. Pretty pog. Pretty pog. That's cool though. How far in are you into school?
Keeping here.
I saw him too.
Fuck me! Hi, Boo. Good morning, Sophia. I love you. Did you sleep well, my dearest fiance? Updating the title. I'm not a scaredy cat. Now we can go in, right? Surely.
Probably. No, we're probably gonna die. Be ready to run and hide behind things. Like this.
What are we looking at right now?
Oh, your head hurts? I'm sorry, hon. I hope your head feels better.
Yes.
Used to do 3 years. I just started, but I already skipped a year since I have some pre-experience as an illustrator. Oh, wait, so you got to skip? That's kind of cool, actually. Skipping school is Pog.
Okay, so throw that crucifix in here, hurry.
Yeah, throw it in.
G. Yep.
I'm gonna take a picture of this crucifix right there.
Do you want to see the blood on the ground?
The what? Oh, I do see the blood. Was that always there?
Yes.
Oh.
I did not see it earlier.
Oh,
please don't teach our children that. Wait, children what? What'd I say? So it can be dots. Did you place the dots down ever? Ace?
No, it's not rolling.
Okay, so he did not.
We got
You're so precious. I appreciate you, Ace. Skipping school is Pog. I mean, like, not skipping school. Being able to skip years of school because you have credit.
It's like on the verge of freezing temps, but not going under.
I didn't know that's how it worked.
It's alright, now you know. We lost someone.
Tyler, no!
Fuck.
Oh shit. When everyone ran the first time, that was exactly what happened. The ghost spawned in the room. And I was right here.
It has to be one of these. It's either freezing temps, oh god. It's either freezing temps, the book, or...
I had the temperature earlier. I didn't see freezing temps.
Come on, write in the book. Fuck that. I'm out. Fuck that. Skipping years of school is fun. No, I'm not saying... Listen. I'm saying... Being able to take off years of school because you got, like, the education or the experience or skill. That's cool. Can you open the door? Can you open the door, please? Is it locked for you?
I can't.
Can you open the door, please?
I can't. I tried.
Didn't even see her here. I think it spawned right on top of you. Tally, like it actually spawned on top of you.
Yeah, I saw it.
Be gone, Ace. Suffer.
Nani?
Alright. Please be something. That's not gonna work, Tally.
Okay.
Okay.
So yeah,
we can kind of see the book.
Wait,
Not in this game, in Elden Ring. You can see his hand as well.
It says the crucifix stopped an attack.
Behind you.
No. That's a leak. I didn't capture a photo of the ghost. Oh my god.
Okay, so what do we have? We got EMF 5.
Alright, if EMF 5, we got Spirit Box, and it can be either ghost writing, freezing temps, or dots.
I didn't see freezing temps.
Yeah, I didn't see either. So it can write in the book, or we see dots. I think I just saw dots. I don't know if that was lightning or dots. Man, I fucking hate this game. If I had to go back inside again. Give it to me. Give it to... Is that right? Okay, I need your earnest opinion. Do you see writing in the book in the camera or not? Oh, it's dots! Okay, we got it. We got it. It's a Wraith.
Ready?
Yes. I saw dots. I'm not crazy. You can look.
Alright, bet.
You can confirm by going in with some salt and seeing if it leaves footprints. The green ones.
Go ahead, Ace. You heard Tally's suggestion.
Wait, what?
We can
You could. I'm not saying you should.
we can confirm if it's a Wraith by going in and putting salt on the ground, and if it makes a footstep, it'll make green footsteps.
Unless Sophia tells Hitcher to do it, then he has to do it.
I have 0 sanity. I will die. Huh?
How does that even work?
Grab salt.
You grab salt and you grab a UV flashlight.
Right
And
there.
you wait in the ghost room with the ghost.
Is Ace in the call at all?
No, he's not.
Oh, in the Discord, no.
Okay.
Just have to relay what I say to him.
Okay. Okay, give me a sec.
At least he has to stream up.
No. He's coming.
Or Ace is gonna die.
Oh, I should mute in the Discord though. Hold up. I am muted in the Discord. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I already got it.
Yeah,
I'm not a scaredy cat. I'm just trying to protect my life. I have 2% sanity, 0% sanity, and Ace also has 0%. If we both go in, we will get hunted and we will die. Already lost Tally. That's 33% of our fighting.
It's gonna hunt.
Huh?
So as soon as Ace goes in there, it's gonna hunt. It's
It
gonna
is.
Keep hunting. Yeah. I tell you, he's gonna reach the ghost room. I really do.
Oh boy, here I go.
It's gonna be like constantly hunting.
That's Elding Ring. All right.
Alright, let's go, boy.
Wait, let me grab another camera. I have another camera.
He's actually died 4,000 times on Phasma.
All right, I got a camera. I'm ready. I'm ready to document your death. Hey, Neil. Did work go well? Yes, Tally.
I was gonna say look at chat because there's new people just saying hi.
Oh,
You know, we saw
I'm
it.
gonna put.
you're a Dirk. Sorry, I'm rating. No. Are you rating in
F. Ace, F.
Lost Ark? I fucking blinked.
Look at the ground and press F, and you'll place a little pile of salt.
Gotcha.
Also, Luna, if you need to go to school at any point, don't be afraid to just dip.
So, it spawns back here behind the couch, just so you guys know.
Are you there, Pussy? Attack us!
Oh, green. I see green.
Kill us right now! What you do?
The green is from the dots. You
Oh, that's
gotta
the
look
dots.
at,
He baited
you
me.
get a UV flashlight that I think hits you, Hans.
I do not have one.
Gotcha.
You guys went in here to do the test without a UV light.
Oh, all right, I'm out.
Hits you.
So you better run.
I mean, what are the odds we attacked? Oh, fuck. It closed. It's actually attacking. Fuck, it's going after me? Oh, fuck! It changed its spawn location!
You can leave now. Once over. Um,
What's this?
Well, you'll see when you're around the corner.
Wait, how?
Well, he is being noisy by taking pictures.
Run, Ace, run, run fast. Oh, there's another neck snapping. Yeah, mine. My neck was snapping.
There's a wraith, and I suggest you leave.
Right.
Oh my god. But I didn't capture a photo of it? That's bullshit.
It doesn't count when it's hunting.
It doesn't count when it's hunting?
Nope, nope.
That's a dumb rule.
Yes, I put right.
What the fuck? Oh, can you guys hear it when I like crack my damn arms? Holy shit. Oh, Kylie, enjoy your raid. I miss Lost Ark. Sophia, when do you want to play Lost Ark with me?
Hitsu, how did you die?
He didn't spawn in the room. He spawned somewhere else that time, it seemed like.
Oh my god.
It was bullshit.
Death of the dork.
I've never been cheated more in my life. Oh, they got rid of the Halloween stuff. That was so cool, though.
Yeah. Hoping they'll do like a Christmas one.
That'd be kind of funny. So that's what it normally looks like?
And then it goes to...
That's also creepy. Oh, this place is a lot brighter now, though. This gaming area. Nice. Oh, should I do Jenga properly? We have to place it as well?
Right.
Give the ghost a white beard. That's the scariest figure of all.
Tally?
Well, it goes to Jenga.
Alright, Tally lost, I guess. I was not expecting that. Nice. 69 is a very fantastic number.
You can press F and place the brick inside of the Jenga tower to make it kind of explode a little bit. It's fun.
I see. Sophia, when do you want to play Phasmo with me, actually? That's a good question.
Yeah, Sophia.
Yeah, Sophia.
Sophia!
Wait, are there no more glow sticks?
No, there's no ghost sticks.
Oh, shit.
Sword.
So I can't fucking sword fight anymore?
No.
This went from a good game to a okay game. That is so sad.
Who's the guy at Boombox now?
Yeah, Hitsu's just jamming out over there.
Sorry. The music is quite jammable. Bum ba-dum ba-dum bum. Bum ba-dum ba-dum bum. Bum ba-dum bum. Bum ba-dum ba-dum bum. Bum ba-dum ba-dum bum. Bum ba-dum ba-dum bum. Bum ba-dum ba-dum bum. Hi. My name.
Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation. Nothing to report.
Fuck you.
Left in a hurry.
That's rude. This guy here.
Julie Marsh. Tally used 100 bits to play knocking. Tally. I'll be honest, chat. I don't know how the ghost went past me. I was right at the spawn. I really don't know how that happened either. I really don't know how that happened.
I saw him, but it wasn't in there. It was on his tail.
Yeah, I don't know how it jumped on me. There's some spawn not even in the room.
I'm going to use the restroom real quick, so you kids have fun.
All right. Well, I got my vlogging camera, and I got equipment for you. What are you bringing with you so far?
I have the temperature right now.
All right, here, grab the spirit box as well. I threw it on the ground.
Oh.
I'm gonna follow you. And vlog the entire incident.
Oh, okay. I'm sure nothing bad's gonna happen.
Surely. What is her name? Julia Marsh. Julie Marsh. They respond to people who are alone. Grab the keys. All right. Take us away.
How to open the key?
Push the keypad. Gotta input the code. Oh, you got it on the first try. Nice. I can't see you unless I'm with you.
Oh.
I have my night vision camera on. All right, send us in. Oh, that is your booty.
Julie Marsh, are you there?
Tell. Go use the restroom like a normal person.
So, how do you feel about Ultra Instinct?
Ultra Instinct is a great skill.
Hey, Julie Marsh, do you like Ultra Instinct?
You need to come back in, sir. This is the outside of the building.
You know, maybe it could be an outdoor sales.
Nah, their name is Marsh. What about that screams outdoors?
You know, good point.
Go in. You gotta explore these rooms.
Julie Marsh, are you there?
Check this room. This room behind us. I heard something falling.
Oh my.
Yeah, check the room behind us. Where are you?
Wait, what happened?
Check this room behind us. The room across the hall. Across the hall. I heard something flying around.
Alright, I wasn't looking at the name.
You're looking at mannequins?
I didn't see it. Okay, wait, there's the phone. The phone.
Tally, where was that?
In the dining room. By the door.
Alright, I'm coming.
Oh.
I don't see anything.
I didn't get anything from the spirit box.
You have to be alone, so be alone.
Oh, I see the chair now.
Ask all kinds of questions.
Julie, why'd you knock over the chair?
Not in the radio. Yeah.
Yeah, radio's not gonna work.
Wrong one. What type of art do you like?
Are you kidding me? I just turned it on.
Wait, did I just see a ghost door? I see a ghost door, but it's in the hallway. It's not in the dining room. It's in the hallway. Did you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
It's here. The ghost is right here.
Where?
In this room.
Yeah. I got ghost orbs, by the way. On the vlogging camera, babies. I'll be right back. Nice. Sanity is lower than the others, but that's okay. you imagine if it spawned right there? Vlog these nuts, send them through. Then we'll see. The day you send me your nuts. I wonder if Sophia understands.
Hit you, you walked right through me, I saw your face, and all I heard was you out of nowhere. I thought you're the ghost.
I'm coming for you. So now I gotta go. No worries, Luna. You... Oh, that sounded like... You take care, Luna. Have a wonderful day at your school. Enjoy the trip. Sorry it's so long. You take care. Yeah, have fun. Be safe. Please be safe. Take care of yourself. Bye.
I'm taking a 10, but
More like right there, wasn't it? All right. Sounds good. Have a lovely Friday. I keep blanking on what day it is.
You know when that happens.
Put that in there. And throw a couple of these lightsabers in there as well. That's always fun, right? Hold on, let me do that real quick. I got that lightsaber in there. Alright, I'll throw both lightsabers in there real quick. Although I want to grab one, I will refrain from grabbing more lightsabers right now. There can only be one Mace Windu. For now. Can you get a candle and a lighter? Then what else do we need? So this and that.
Okay, so how exactly does the candle work?
You just light it. Did you right click it? Right click it. Okay.
Oh.
Then you walk in there and try to blow it out. You want the ghost to blow it out.
Hey yo. Do I have to put it down?
You can if you want.
What is it?
You have to place it down though.
Yeah, F. Don't.
That fucking terrified me. Hello? Who's there?
Moshi Moshi.
Moshi Moshi indeed.
Moshi Moshi.
I don't trust no demon that don't Moshi Moshi back in return. Are you the ghost? Julia Marsh? Or are you the ghost?
Wait, what?
Go through the book.
Through a book?
Wait, here's something.
I thought I saw dots, but I'm not sure. Let's hit it back up.
What's that?
Fuck you, Suddy. God damn it, that scared me. I know I was trying to troll Ace and close the door on him, but when that sound happened as I closed the door, it scared the shit out of me.
Oh, any kills.
It is in fact the dots, and it blew out the ghost or the candle.
Sweet.
Actually, I didn't even see it.
Ghost orb and dots right now. Have you seen dots yet, Ace?
No. So I don't know.
All right, look at this camera. Look at the computer screen. Eventually, you should see a ghost run by.
Yeah, it'd be like a full body ghost.
Oh, there's another ghost orb. Oh, another ghost orb.
Wait, how can you tell this a ghost?
You
Left
sit
side of the
right
screen.
down like a piece of snow.
Looks like dust in the camera.
Oh, okay,
Or
okay.
snow.
Oh, look, another ghost orb.
Oh, okay, so okay, like that.
Oh, look, another one.
Oh, my dots.
It can be a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, I just saw the ghost.
You just saw it in dots?
Yep, I saw the ghost.
Alright, yeah, that's how dots work. You can see that physically in person as well.
Okay, so we have yokai, raiju, banshee, or what is it? Tai.
Like Thai food?
Hey, Yurei, Yokai, Raiju, Fei.
Tai. Okay.
Fei.
Yeah, spirit box. You have to go back in there and try the spirit box.
Yeah, I tried to spare box, didn't want to talk to me, so.
It's probably probably a
Anyone
ace.
hasn't tried is Hitsu.
No, but have I? I can try it again.
Yeah, Ace had it first.
Yeah, but he didn't
Yeah, I did
walk
try it.
with it alone.
Yeah, I did try it.
Well, it's on
can try
in the middle of the floor, so you can just walk in one at a time and see if it responds.
Let's see. What else do we need? Freezing temp, writing.
No freezing
salt.
temps.
Salt.
No freezing temps? It can be Yurei. Are you sure about that? Are you saying that there's like no there was no readings that were freezing?
Yeah, don't know reason. There are no freezing.
Okay. I shall grab another book, because why not? Might as well walk towards my death. Nothing quite like dying on a Friday afternoon. Oh, Tally?
Yeah, I'm not sure where it is, but I think I got a picture. Yeah, I got a picture.
I just saw on dots.
He didn't respond to me on the board in that box. So you give it a shot. Ask it where it is, how old it is.
What's the name again?
Close.
Oh,
You
God.
need to say its name.
Julia Marsh, where are you? How are you doing? Talk to me, please. Give me the last bit of evidence I need. Julia Marsh! Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that. To hell and back.
Did you get a response?
Nope.
It could be a Raj.
No, we gotta find more evidence, though. So, grab anything.
Alright,
We go hunting. We did not. We only have dots and ghost orb.
Alright.
Come on, let's come support Tally so that he doesn't get murked. Grab any bit of info gathering tool you can get.
I'll take a camera.
We already have everything we need with the camera. Grab the photo camera instead.
What's that?
This one. The Sony handheld camera. Do you see it? The one that's on the wall? Yeah, grab that one.
No, I can't grab it for some reason.
Nani? Okay, grab this one on the ground then.
Where?
I'm shining my light on it. I'm throwing my thermometer down right where it is.
He's gonna come in here and help.
Oh, I'm trying to.
No, that's my fault. I'm running.
That's 9 decibels.
9 delectables. Forget to turn your 2.2, 4.4,
Did anyone cook?
1.4. Phone on silent. Oh no, I did. 0.1, 2.3, 0.4.
You make a sound.
0.7,
You whisper.
5.9, 0.3, 0.5.
Give me a sign.
Did he make a noise?
Let's go, Hitsu.
Eric.
You show yourself. Oh. Is that you guys?
That is in fact
That
him.
wasn't me. That wasn't me.
That was us.
Oh, was us?
That was us. Oh, we found it.
Sure.
It's look at the light bulb. Look at the light bulb.
Yeah. It looks suspiciously green in there.
Are you talking about who turned on the light? I thought you were talking about the sound.
Fingerprints. Alright.
You got it. It's a banshee.
So,
What else do we need now?
well, you can get parabolic microphones so you can get the Banshee to scream for you.
Bet. Help me, baby, one more time.
That might be a bad idea.
Wait, why? Why is it a bad idea? Because I'm coming in with it right now.
Oh shit.
Nope. 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 That's an absolute fuck no.
I'm good.
See, this one's missing a chunk. So is this one. I already took a picture of them both.
Oh. Also, I want to dip. I heard him say a sound on this damn thing, and I don't want to stay anymore.
Scream for Hitsu.
Or don't.
His name is Julia. You
Scream. Yes, it was scared the shit out of a scream. Do it.
Come on, Ace.
Dad, run, run.
Yeah, no. Fuck this. Fuck that, Tally. I wanted to go. I told you I wanted to go. I wanted to go. I warned you, Tally. I wanted to go.
I felt it coming. I knew it.
Yeah, you're standing outside the door. You abandoned us in our time of need, but you lived. Oh my fucking god. At least I took a photo of his body.
Not like this.
Dead body. Nice.
What did we decide last? Banshee?
Yes.
Alright, bet.
Oh, you're probably running to the... Are you on the bus yet, dear? Yeah, it's Banshee.
I bet, let's get it.
Yeah, send it.
Hmm?
Yeah, feel free. Hit the button whenever.
Should I show you the new ghost?
Don't know why that one got me. It was even as loud as it normally is for some reason. And it still got me.
Nice.
I told you, Tally, I wanted to go. It's like some EDM music. Oh, let's go play Jenga.
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 Jenga D.
Jenga D. Okay. Okay, Ace. You go first.
Oh, shit, never mind. Let's go.
Alright, whoever messes this up has to go in solo in a quarter of their own.
Oh, shit.
Whatever map it may be.
Next.
I can go next. Let me throw some of these pens away.
It's like swaying back and forth to the music for me. And it just...
Wait, did Ace just do that?
No, that wasn't me.
I don't know. It's...
I didn't even
the
touch
ghost
it.
decided like, if you're a game in Jenga.
Why are you holding a block then, Ace?
Because I picked it off the ground.
Mighty suspicious. Does that mean Tally? Was it you then? Was it swaying to the music?
It was swaying back and forth, and I was about to place a block on top, and then suddenly, boom, gone. I'm like, oh, okay.
I blame Ace. Ace is suspicious.
Place my blocks back.
How? The block is really on the ground.
Mighty suspicious, Ace.
Somebody farted too hard, and just blew it away.
Yeah. Ace. Ace.
Whatever, I'll go first anyways. Check the footage though.
I have full faith in you.
I'm gonna use the
I
restroom real
don't.
quick.
You good, Tyler?
I got him. So sore. Oh, Tally has to use the restroom a lot. Oh, and it's Sunny Meadow restricted. Fantastic. Yeah, Sunny has to use the restroom frequently. I'm not Sunny. Tally. That's like the 6th time today I've said someone's name incorrectly. Like, not even incorrectly, like a mispronunciation. I just call them the completely wrong thing. I called Tally Sunny. I'm sorry, Sunny. I keep messing up everyone's name tonight. I'm finna die, chat. Yeah, you are.
Said that. For those who don't know, I have to take frequent bathroom breaks because pinched nerve that just so I can't feel most of my lower half.
Oh shit, for real?
So I can only I can only feel part of my bladder, and so when it feels up like a quarter of the way, it feels like it's about to burst.
Grab the spirit box.
So I just go to the restroom and empty it, which means
yeah,
frequent bathroom breaks.
Ace, grab the spirit box.
Tight. Grab
Yeah.
some stuff, Ace.
You're walking in first, all by yourself.
Fuck it, I'll go.
I need to grab. What do I need to grab?
I can go in your set. I'm not scared.
No, but he lost.
Pretty sure it wasn't me, but I'll do it anyway.
I mean, technically, it was my turn when it suddenly blew over. A mysterious
fall.
Mysterious way.
No, I shouldn't use this. I need to use something else. I'll just grab the camera. I don't know what else to grab. Okay, I'm coming. You have the EMF, right? Okay, yeah. I got thermometer at least.
Charge.
I thought I was supposed to go in solo.
You are.
No.
here for the ghost pictures anyway.
Nothing here. What was her name?
No, I didn't look.
I was-
I found a music box. A music box. Do you want to use it?
Yes, but we'll let him explore a little bit with the thing first. Do you have it in your hand?
Yes.
Nothing.
I'm
Temperature
doing what I
reading.
did last time. When we activated, I'm going to. Okay. The door's just going to jank. There it goes.
Alonzi.
I'm not getting any temperature readings. I just got 40.
Oh, you got temperature? I also have temperature. Fuck.
I dropped my EMF back where I picked up the music.
I'll go grab the EMF. Insert name. What is your name? Where is the EMF? Oh, I see it. Imagine the ghost spawned in here. How fucking terrifying would that be, huh? Ding.
Who played the piano?
Oh, that was me.
Was it actually you?
Yes.
I'm trying to vent the situation. Sorry.
Only remembered its name.
Okay. I got 34. I got
Fahrenheit or
34,
Celsius?
Fahrenheit.
Can you do something spooky?
This is something spooky. It's it. Come back.
Wait, I did?
Turn on the light and touch the door.
Oh, I did.
To do something spooky, to turn on the light as you guys left.
Damn, this got to be freaky.
So.
Alright, hop in there, Neo. Or not Neo. I did it again! Ace. Hop in there, Ace, and talk to the spirit box.
Yeah, you know what? I think I might be good.
But it responds to people who are alone. You have to.
Oh, people are alone? That sounds just like that sounds right at my alley.
Yeah.
Wait, what's the ghost name?
I don't remember. I said Neo. Didn't we just walk by the room?
This is right here.
Ace?
Ace. In here. Good luck. We gotta be a certain distance away, so it's back.
Alright. Let us know if you hear anything.
Forgot.
Just ask where it is.
Ask how old it is. Are you close? Where are you? Are you friendly? That sort of thing.
How far is this distance?
I'm just going over here in case he gets pissed off and hunts.
I'm saying on this side. How was work, Neo? Hope it went well. Unless you're still at work. In which case, hello, fellow coworkers. Did you know that Neo streams? Huh? If you didn't, you should and remedy that mistake. But if you're not at work, hello, Neo associates inside his house. Did you know Neo streams? What?
Thank you
Yeah.
for calling Weepstop.
That guy.
Press 1 if you're looking for weep-related goods.
There it is.
Press 2 if you're inquiring about available waifus. Press 3 if you're inquiring about available husbandos. Press 4 if you're looking for to be isekai'd, and we will have a truck delivered to your area in your desired time.
A truck,
Press
though.
5
I don't want to be isekai'd by truck. I want to be able to come back. Isekai'd by truck means no turning back. See, that guy, he streams, and he works at Weebstop. Thank you for shutting out Dawson as well, Tally. How are you, Dawson? What's going on? We find anything good?
Let's go.
Was there anything good?
No, nothing.
All right.
Ace, come on, let's go.
Come on, Ace. Come on here. Come on down past the sunny meadows. Oh, I want to use that music box so badly now. Wait, hello, Ace. Tally. Bye, friends.
So you want to do the music box?
Yeah.
Ace will have to leave because I'm sure his sanity is on probably.
We can back out and grab more equipment.
You can stay here and do the music box.
Oh.
Try not to make too much noise.
The Maudis.
Right up.
Are you making? Why?
It seems our sanity was lower than his.
Because we were in the dark mode.
Shame.
In the light,
It's over here making me look at his ass. Right.
What's that?
Yasuga.
My bad. I'm just trying to show off.
Alright, so plan is we're going to activate music box, we're going to hide in the lockers, and we'll place the music box down before we hide.
Okay, I'm cool with that.
Put it outside the room. I'm not gonna put it in the room. I'm gonna put it like outside the doorway. So hopefully we won't die.
Question: where are the lockers?
I'll lead you to.
Oh, take some pills real quick, Ace.
We probably
Nah.
shouldn't have took pills, you and I, because our sanity is gonna lower with this. Oh well.
Oh yeah.
Sure, we'll be fine.
YOLO. What's the worst that could happen?
You know what? Just wait on the music boxes to do an investigation first, because it's gonna make our
Yeah.
sanity non-existent.
Yeah, exactly. We should totally do that. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
yeah,
so
yeah. Perfect plan.
So we have it now.
I came up with it.
In terms of evidence, what do we have right now?
Sure you
I
do.
don't think we have freezing temps.
Do we have anything? I don't think we have anything.
No.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Yeah, nada. Then we need to put everything in there.
All right, grab a crucifix though. I already got one. Tally has one. Tally has one. Don't worry about it. Grab one of these purple thingies. Grab the purple flashlight. It's right here.
It's probably clear since it's touching other things.
There's a purple flashlight on the table.
It's not purple, it has orange on it, and it's a UV flashlight.
Fair enough. All right.
Say purple flashlight, they're gonna look for a flashlight.
Purple Flash sounds like the name of it really cool, like dessert or something.
It does.
Or an indie band.
I was thinking.
But what about purple flashlight?
No.
Fucking.
So it's
Purple Flash sounds
lockers
like
right here.
goofy.
Oh, perfect. 2 lockers.
These are also hiding spots for trying to escape the ghost.
Perfect.
Can you see this? Hiding spot.
But what
Also
knows what
perfect.
exactly do there?
Then you're
What
fucked.
do we do? We hide.
Where which one it was? Past this, right?
Jesus.
In the corner over here, like so.
Okay. Ace,
Okay,
you want
so-
to shine the light on the door here on both sides? The purple light. And you'll look for handprints. I think I see one on this side.
Oh, I
Yep,
see one.
there is one right there. All right. That is our clue.
We got pissed. What's it at?
Just a 3.
Oh.
Are you close? Where are you? How old are you?
Oh, I heard it.
Get out of here. Are you close?
I can't see.
Alrighty then.
All right, nice. It responds to tally. I can't see, so I gotta dip. I need a camera, or I need a light.
I'm still in the hallway. I'm in the hallway.
I actually can't see shit. You guys lead the way out. Alright. I can kind of see now. Alright, grab a flashlight. Let's check the cameras. Let's see, do I see anything? We know we got fingerprints. That much we know.
It's not do you see anything, it's do you see everything.
The
Hey, should I go for the cam?
no, we don't need the candle.
Huh?
We don't need a candle. One time we do a candle is if it's a ghost that specifically likes or hates fire, or if we need it for an objective. Right here on this board, 1, 2, and 3 is our objectives.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Brian Maudsley.
It's definitely in this room, right?
Yeah, it's got to be. So I got the spirit box response.
All right, you also got spirit box.
So we got fingerprints and spirit box filled up.
Poltergeist, Phantom, and Mimic.
So it can't be ghost orb, it can be dots. It can be freezing temps or ghost writing.
It's closing the door. Oh, no.
I'm gonna guess it's ghost writing because it seems very poltergeisty. But I really don't know.
Well, Poltergeist will toss things at a high velocity.
Fair. But it keeps touching that door though.
Yeah, it likes to play at the door.
No, what is her name? Brian Malding. Brian Mulder.
Brian Mulder.
Fantastic. It is actually playing with that door immensely. I think it's a poltergeist.
Oh wait. Wait, it is?
Alright, well, let's go investigate some more.
Yeah. What do we need?
I got I'm gonna put
Book.
in the hallway.
What else do we need? Dots is one of the possibilities, but what's the other one?
Ghost writing.
Ghost writing, freezing temperatures for dots.
Alright, bring another thermometer then.
And we can set up a
what?
dots outside the room.
Yeah, we could as well. Could you grab a dots?
Alright,
Which
Ace,
Oh, my bad. I was gonna ask how we look for ghostwriting.
In a book. That book right there. Oh, that's no, that's not a book.
Where?
so Ace, if you can grab this dots device.
Basically, it's the same concept. We placed the book down and no, the dots device.
Dots first, because you can't.
The green shiny dots.
Just hit G. Because you can't switch to anything with that. Dots projector is up here on the wall, next to the cameras.
It looks like a pill. No, it's not the pills itself.
Here. This is dots. I put it on the floor for you.
Look at it. Memorize it.
And then switch to freehand and grab the camera. It's on the ground that you put over here.
Yeah.
It's already on the tripod.
This one.
Nice. That.
Wait, no. Put the camera on the tripod.
And have on it.
You gotta place it on the tripod.
F.
Now you carry it. Now you carry the tripod.
There you go. E on the tripod.
Okay, that's good. I pushed F the first time, but it didn't work.
It can be finicky.
You gotta be in range and all that.
Gotcha.
Ooh, those lights are on.
Yeah, I turned them on.
Oh.
I finally found a switch.
Does it play like Nintendo?
It works in it?
It's exactly like Nintendo.
And the lights will flicker on and off.
How spooky.
Okay, so I just
Do the camera outside. Do the camera outside. Like from here where I'm standing right now, and try to aim inside the door. Also put the dots down right by the book.
Where's the other book?
Good question. Is it not placed? I see it on the ground. I don't think it's placed. Oh, that's a Bible.
Bible. Where's the book?
It tried to attack.
There.
the book is outside the door.
Oh, we do have ghostwriting.
What we do?
Let's see. Both get the. Hold on. Take a picture of the book and the crucifix real quick.
All right, we dip.
There we go. We go. Let's get the hell out of here.
We go fast.
Here, come back with the music box if you still want to.
Heck yeah, I do.
That's just for 40.
Alright, do you want to do the music box or me?
I can do it. I'll try it. But we gotta.
Give you, oh, there's the bone. You take a picture of that?
It's attacking. Where is it?
Okay.
That was my last photo.
I guess the ghost has his phone.
It goes to something, I think.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh. Fuck you, Telly. Fuck you, Telly.
Oh my god.
Yeah, our sound is not going to be very good.
But that is why it's now perfect.
Now we'll
so
be
Ace,
alright.
You're gonna stay in the truck. Well, Hitsu and I'd probably die. So, you did Hitsu already take the pills?
No, I didn't.
Okay. We dropped the
Gotcha.
pills here on the ground for you. Go ahead and take those, Ace, because your sanity will not drop from these shenanigans that are about to happen. So you'll be our sanity anchor.
Yes. I have full faith in you.
Alright, Miss Box is right over here. Hitsu.
You grab a camera. Let me see which one has working photos. 4. Take that one.
What else? What else should I grab?
Okay.
No, you're gonna stay in here and watch these cameras right here. You gotta.
Let's put it on the Hitsu's head cam.
And that works as well. Put on my head cam.
We're not going into the room, Hitsu. We're going to the lockers.
I know. I don't know where my head cam is. Ace has to find it.
We got ghost riding, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Support the guys.
Alright, find my head cam, Ace. Find my head cam.
I think we found it. It's yours right there.
Okay, that one.
Okay, and make sure you can click on the keyboard to turn on night vision whenever you want. Keep us updated on how you're feeling, Ace.
Oh, doing good, bro. Not dying.
On the radio, because we can't hear you.
I think I'm doing good. Not dying.
Alright. So I place this, right?
So you're going to start it up and then we're going to place it.
Staring up at the ceiling.
Where's the locker room?
It's right here.
I'm gonna do it.
So start her up and then we're going to place it here on the ground by the store.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh god. The lockers. Yes, my fault. I accidentally took it outside.
He's still being hunted. Can you check for us, Ace? Ace?
Yeah, I'm checking. I don't see anything.
I meant the activity level. Is it level 10 or not?
Yep.
What?
I think it's done.
It's still 10? Oh. Is it done?
Yeah, it's done. It's done. That lasted for a long time.
So I only played one note and it instantly attacked.
Yeah, it's because I took it outside. I wasn't going to, but I did it by accident, and I was like, shit. You don't want to take a curse object outside and take it back inside and use it.
Hide.
Well, I'm gonna go to pee while it runs. Still going, huh? Yeah, every cursed object will do that aside from the mirror. And voodoo doll.
Okay, I think you're good.
The voodoo doll, if you take it outside after bringing it out, if you bring it inside after taking it outside, all the pins will go in instantly. As soon as you try to use it.
Nice.
If you see the graph, it dropped down to 2 and then it went immediately back to 10.
Yeah, it's
I like it. I like it. It was not having it.
It's just not happy.
You never witnessed a ghost event. That's crazy.
You guys are both at 0.
Yeah, we figured that would happen. Yesu! Sofsu! Ian. Wait, let me make sure I have it. Pulte? I got it.
Got it.
Sophia, we have a command for that.
Very awkward hug.
Why should I send it?
Oh, I am so sore.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Good shit. Did no one actually see the ghost?
Nope. I don't see it.
No, we just initiated it first time. Fine.
It is normal that it turns into a black dot. That is dried blood, dear. It could also be your wound closing in, or it could be a bruise. Completely normal, because bruises are also just dried blood beneath the skin. I can't believe you stapled your finger at work. It's normal. It's just a small dot, right? Fucking dork. I fucking hate horror games. How did I play so many during the damn Halloween event? And because I haven't played in a while, I'm a lot more desensitized to fucking sound bites. So those guys are a lot less desensitized. So it's getting me.
Totally not my fault for having the thing open on my other monitor just to troll hits you at opportune moments.
Got him.
Well, it's not where I want to put it on the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not okay. That's illegal. All right, there we go.
Huzzah! This how I go. Hiya!
All you, your next ace.
That's gonna be.
You can't place it in the middle, Losu. You have to place it on like one, so it's gonna be up.
You.
What the fuck?
Alright. Just gonna steal that one. Oh, here goes the mysterious wind.
I'm over here.
The mysterious wind has done it again. You're not playing in VR, are you?
No.
Okay.
My hands aren't all weird.
Yeah, that's true.
How interesting, the mysterious wind took it over again.
Fuck. I'm glad it's healing at least, dear.
Yeah. No more trying to staple your fingers so it can't get away.
Stop getting hurt at work. I'll do one more, I think.
Oh.
One more and then I sleep. Because my body needs rest. Because I'm quite sore.
Where do you want to go?
I was saying random, but if you guys want to go somewhere specific,
Thinking we could, so we don't get Sunny Meadows again.
I like the camp. The camp's a fun spot.
Oh, I went random.
Randomize these nuts.
God damn.
It's just a mixed nuts.
Sophia. I got Sophia's instant disappointment. She's like, ... God damn it. Have a member of your team witness a ghost event. Cleanse the area near the ghost using smudge sticks. Get a ghost to blow out a candle. Their name is Shannon Martinez. And they respond to everyone.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll get the candle.
The fact that the honk gets me so easily. Even though we're inside the truck, it made me like jump just the slightest. It's ridiculous. Alright, let me grab the head cam. What do I want to grab?
Oh,
What do you guys have?
I can do for Sophia.
I'll grab the thermometer then. Nice.
Still there, Sophia.
Oh wait, who has the candle?
Considering I just said randomize these nuts, maybe not. She might not be there anymore. These nuts. God damn it.
I'll grab a camera.
She might also be talking to coworkers. She should be at work right now, I think. So. Yeah, there she is.
Here you go, Sophia.
Did you grab the keys? Why is this so loud? Why is the... I don't grab a damn flashlight. God damn it. No, Sophia, don't. Don't encourage it. We don't encourage that behavior. That tomfoolery. Oh, a mandible. Hello? Shannon. I'm gonna grab a camera real quick.
Guess that song will be in her head all day at work now.
Oh, hi. Want to see someone's jaw?
Yo, that's real chocolate.
Hey, MF5.
Fantastic.
I guess that's a real chocolate.
Their name is Shannon, right?
Oh.
If your name is Shannon... What rhymes with Shannon? Cannon? Oh, that ball is just... Oh, it's not a ball. That thing is rolling. Oh, fuck you! That ripped and it made me jump. Shannon!
Hey Shannon, are you the new girl?
Hoo-ya! Shazam!
Are you here?
Where was it? Was it in the blue tent? Is that where we got the EMF?
You messed with the door. Are you close?
Okay.
Where are you?
I'm gonna go grab some equipment. So.
Nothing.
But you know what we do have? Friendship. Down by the fire. We admire our friends.
By the pyre.
By the pyre. I'm no liar.
Just a poet.
I'll grab a book. No? Ace? Can you grab stuff and come here with us? Oh, was that you just now?
No, it's a ghost. Bring UV.
Ghost? Ace, bring a UV. I'll go grab the UV.
Did we get 10?
Check inside the tent.
No, I have it close enough.
There it is. I need someone to UV it. UV it. Someone UV it. I dropped the UV on the ground. I have a camera. On the left, on the left, on the left. Left side of the door. Left side of the door.
There it is.
What? What are you looking at? You're looking at the ceiling for me.
I'm not.
What?
What am I
Really?
looking at now?
Okay, now I see it.
I was looking right at it on my screen.
That's weird. Maybe it's because you were crouching. Alright, so we got UV. Let's go grab more stuff. Whoop. Yeah, we got fingerprints. Did you grab a camera already?
With me, yeah.
Place it on a tripod and bring it in. I'll grab a crucifix.
Okay, the tripod. I'll get the tripod.
Yeah, I have full faith in you.
You can do it.
He's moving up in the world.
So Hitchy, when are you gonna have a Uwu redeem like Bidoof does?
Oh my god.
I'm not opposed to saying uwu like Bidoof. Silly. It wouldn't be the same.
Do you want to just keep it outside the tent?
Yeah, outside looking in. Or actually have one outside. Put it inside. I need to pee again.
You're not just gonna be like, ooh, woo. Oh my.
Where's how do I make sure the camera's up?
Huh? Did you place it on the ground or did you drop it?
I dropped it.
Place it.
Oh.
Shannon, you're a baby. Did it blow out the candle?
I think it blew out the candle.
Interesting. Crunchy roads, take me home. Oh my god, Tally.
Did I spook you?
No, I never get scared.
Alright.
Yeah.
What? Never.
So what are we looking at right now?
The camera inside the tent is not cameraing properly.
inside the tent and I can't grab it back.
Oh, jeez. I see that one. Do you got it? You got it.
Okay, my apologies.
Ooh, my stomach is growling.
Did we get spirit box? Wait, did you hear that?
It is a child ghost, just so you know.
The child ghost. Oh, you're here, Ace? You abandoned Tally alone to fight the demons by himself?
No, I thought we were coming
My
back.
sanity is gone again. I'll take some more pills.
This camera is the one I was talking about. Like, there's one camera inside the tent that's not faced the right way.
Well, that was Ace.
Yeah,
So,
probably.
we got freezing temperatures,
Oh, we did?
and it's not inside the tent. It's between the two cameras I placed in that empty space there. Freezing temperature.
Didn't we also get EMF level 5?
Yes.
So that's all of it then. We got fingerprints, EMF, and freezing.
Yeah, it's a gin.
So it's a gin.
Alright, so we're time to cleanse this motherfucker.
I'll go back to replace the camera.
First, we gotta cleanse this fool. Get cleansed, baby. Did I get it?
She did come out of the blue tent, though.
Nah. Hey. Okay, I got the smudge sticks. Da. West Virginia. Mountain Mama. Take me home.
Hey, yo, where's the
Nah. Hey. Nah. Hey. Da. Hey. Da. Hey. West Virginia. Mountain Mama. Take me home. Country roads.
Show yourself.
Fuck, Sonny. You're making your coworker laugh? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for making you laugh at work. How inappropriate of me. Oh, I have a lighter. I could. Oh, wait. Ace, it's your turn. You have to sing us a song at the campfire. I have a lighter.
Oh, I wanted to try something.
Wait, does this work actually? Oh! Ace, come here! Play it! Sing a song.
We'll gather around the campfire and sing our campfire song.
Da 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 da.
And if you don't think that we can sing it faster, then you're wrong. But it'll help if you just sing along.
I don't know the lyrics. I keep on singing. Woo. Is that the moon?
That's pretty cool, though. That's pretty awesome.
It is. Does fire hurt? It does not.
Unrealistic, 0 out of 10.
Need a new camera. He likes my singing. I'm sorry. I feel like I need to apologize now. Got some munch sticks. Da 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 da. Hey. Da 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 da. Hey. West Virginia. Mountain Mama.
Hey, David. Ball is life.
What was his name? Oh. I didn't realize you were a baller.
Ball is life.
I made a footstep sound.
Yeah. Oh, it walked in the stall.
Really?
Yeah, look.
Where? Do you know which side it was?
I already got a picture.
Do you know which side it was in the blue tent, Ace?
Huh?
Do you know which side it was in the blue tent? Which way it went? I'm gonna smudge the sticks. Can you show me where?
I didn't see.
Oh, you
But
want
can
to
you can you show me anyways?
It came out of here when it came towards me. So.
Oh, it came towards you?
Oh no! We lost him! You should have told me where he came from so I could have smudged them sticks, you fool! Well, it was nice knowing Ace while he lasted. He sang us a campfire song that I didn't know the lyrics to. Honestly, kind of deserved it. Yeah, that's all of the events, I think. Even got a dead body out of it. And that's pretty effective for a night's work.
Except for the center photo, which is my accident of taking a photo of nothing.
Oh, I take a lot of photos of nothing, don't worry. Here's a photo of the campfire.
Hooray!
Woo! Oh, might as well take some pills to end the night. And that never fails.
Yeah, some sleeping pills.
Oh, my sanity feels much better.
I got one photo left.
By the campfire, shall we?
Yep. By the campfire.
Oi!
Oh, it went out. Got it back up.
The dickhead took out our campfire.
Alright, closed. Beautiful.
Beautiful! Alright. Mouties. Agreed. Hitsu singing is goated. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, make sure you got Jin circled in your book, Ace.
Jim? I can't believe Jim was the ghost all along. Can't believe the... It's always Jim. J-I-M. Like, what the heck, Jim? What the heck? Anywho. Hello! I was not ready, but I was not scared.
That's Jim.
Oh, that was Jim singing. Hello! Well, we can abandon Ace now. Oh, look! The activity went to hit 10. That's kind of funny. Well, good luck, Ace, wherever you are. Goodbye, Camp Woodwind. Yes. Are you typing the report up? Here, I'll type it. Ace. Hold up. I need to make sure I have pinpoint precision while I actually type this. Ace space is DED. Can I hit enter? Enter. Okay, Ace is dead.
Sophia has to go.
Oh, okay. Soph has got to go. Enter. I was sus. Take care, Sophia. Enjoy your meeting. Bye. I love you. I'm gonna end stream here, basically, and raid someone now. So.
Hooray!
Hooray for a successful hunt.
Hunt? Investigation.
I mean, yeah, investigation. That's what I meant. Sorry, Ace. We're not hunting. We're investigating.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
I definitely.
Heck yeah.
Some dirt in your eye.
I'm gonna put some. That was perfect.
I closed the tent. How did it still get?
Simple.
I probably saw you go in there.
Oh.
It has eyes.
I mean, if I don't see it, it shouldn't see me. Isn't that how it works?
No. It's only 2
Oh.
years.
Okay.
It takes some getting used to it, how to escape and hide. I'm still not very good at it.
Okay. We got the evidence we need. I hope you don't start the campfire song. Hopefully.
Fucking music is so troll. It's actually just straight up EDM. It's so different than what I'm used to. Anywho, thank you guys for playing with me today. I had a lot of fun.
Oh, thank you, bud.
Your band, Ace. How dare you be sus?
Rip.
That was a ghost child and you died too. That's so sus.
I was knew I was an imposter.
But I had a lot of. Oh, I see a mandible. Neat.
Oh wait, I know what happened. The ghost killed me because it won't be part.
Did it now?
I mean, it's the only logical conclusion, right?
I suppose that's a passable conclusion. Passable logic.
Yeah.
Do I have all of it now? I have death now. I don't have the one where it instantly kills you yet. I don't think.
Yeah. That's the last one I need is Hangman.
Do we have Exodia?
No.
I always had Exodia. Exodia ain't nothing for me.
Wait,
where's the music box? Nani? My child tells me ads are sus. He's only 4. He knows too much. Ads are sus. That is true.
Indeed.
That is actually facts.
The child is a genius. Promote them.
A child prodigy.
I should promote them to a young adult.
Alright, let me see who's live right now. Who is alive? Live and alive. Live and alive. Who doth beeth alive and live? Pokemon Scarlet, that's spoilers. I shall pass. Fox C is playing Signalis, which is what I was talking about earlier. Saji is playing something. He's just chatting. He's a proper weeb. He's a good weeb. We can maybe rate him, unless someone has a suggestion.
No, I got nothing on my list.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we rate him because he's a good weeb, good lad, wholesome guy. He's a VTuber, and it's his first ever subathon apparently. So he's been going at it for about 7 hours. So maybe some support will go a long way. Thank you everyone for hanging out with me today. I had a lot of fun. Never stop jamming to the disco. Never stop vibing to the beats. I love you guys. Movie night Saturday. Don't know what movies we're watching it, but there are movies to be watched on Saturday.
Great.
We shall see. I kind of want to watch the Army of the Dead prequel with the bank robbing shenanigans. I was playing Dead by Daylight, I think, with some friends. Perfect. And you, yeah, exclamation disco. Thank you, Lala Warrior, for posting that. I'll see you guys later. Thank you for hanging out with me again, guys. I'm so hungry and tired, and I need to sleep, but I also need to eat. So I will see you guys later. Should I end it here with this EDM music playing?
Yes.
That's kind of, yeah, I like that idea.
Good night, my liege.
Night.
Go for it.
All right, come over here. We all dance to the music together as the raid goes in.
Help.
Oh, did you get stuck?
I failed. I don't know how I failed, but I failed.
You failed. Oh my god. I'm the DJ now. The lights. Our raid message will be Something jamming related, I guess. Any kind of rave type emote you got? Perfect. Ugh. Ace, you're not dancing, you nerd. Ace, you are failing the rave. Go crazier. Go crazy, Ace. Go crazy.
I can't look at the screen.
This is so stupid. I'll see everyone later. I'm sweating already. God damn it. Bye, dorks. I love you guys.